shit. Hello, chat. Hi. We're gonna have a little funny moment. I just finished my meeting-ish. I'm here with my boss and my coworkers, my lovely artists, and I have something to show them. I have to unmute everything. Okay. Is it at 0 seconds? It is. Okay. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you hear it? I have no.
Hey, everyone has to join the screen.
Okay.
Okay,
especially
Oh, God.
Artie has to join this.
I was already going places I don't like.
This is great. It's already alright. I love it already.
I want to do one more edit to this because I have an idea for this. Okay, they loud. Hold on, let me turn them down. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. They should be good. All right, you ready? Ready? Bink.
Sweet.
I wanna, now that I think about it, I should do another edit though to where all the grazing animals are all the artists.
Yeah.
And I think that would be perfect.
I
think it would be perfect.
Melodica cover.
Shitty flute version.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's what I was supposed to do. Fuck, I forgot.
Yeah.
Like
Okay,
this
so-
is definitely worth making a GIF out of for the welcome page. Like, this is good.
This is great.
Oh.
I
guess.
Like... Good.
No, I was just saying, for a tiny bit of context, when in our private D&D server, when Zephyr asked like, "Hey, why have you been so busy recently?" I just started kind of maniacally laughing at my desk, like just snapped a little bit. And Elaine's like, "What the fuck? Like, what's going on?" I was like, he asked this, and all I could see in my head was the shitty flute version of the Jurassic Park theme song as Enshrined slowly comes on screen, and they said, "Wait, I got you."
Yeah, I forgot the shitty flute version, so I'll edit that. I'll edit that while I also get all the artists in as the little dinosaurs right there.
As soon as it was like, this is Jurassic Park, I was very concerned for a second that it's gonna be like, it's gonna go to the next thing, and it's gonna be like the giant turd, and it's gonna say enshrined on it, so like Jeff goes like, "This is a giant pile of shit."
There's so much potential for this. I love it. You could literally put like that big old freaking mung tree we got in the background and put enshrined over it, and then you could have all the artist heads on the grazing animals like you see here. It's gonna completely take it out of like the picture of just Jurassic Park and just like a floating tech. I love it.
The worse, the more clusterfuck we make it, I think the better. So
I do like how your picture, your icon changed.
yeah, because because I was like, huh, what is this? And now I'm screaming. It's all it ever is. It's all it ever is.
Oh, I posted the PNG in the chat here.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful.
So cute.
Beautiful.
I should probably at some point get a new icon because mine is straight up just ripped from a YouTube video.
I mean, you could make your image the one of you wearing the roommate hat from way back when.
Somebody pull it. You gotta pull it now. I gotta see this.
Okay.
Need to remember.
There's also the Island's Girdle where it's a what's it called? Muffin Daddington.
Oh, I like the one where you're feeding the birds too.
Won't fit. So the
I like the
salami
one where you're feeding
lid
the birds.
won't
That one's pretty
fit.
good.
The salami lid ain't gonna fit like that.
I like that one.
So the salami lid, and it's the salami lid.
Oh my gosh. He's on a statue too, by the way. He's on there. He's an icon everywhere secretly. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Once you join, you should find him. You might get brownie points.
It's a little scavenger hunt. Can you find all the muffin dads?
Yeah, can you find the muffin dads?
Salami.
What the fuck's a muffin dad?
Salami.
What is that?
Salami lid won't fit.
Salami lid won't fit.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
It's
You know,
sorry. It's a thing I had to play for chat. It was vocal stim. They have a thing that makes me stim. Yeah, don't worry about
I
it.
miss streaming. Oh my god.
Streaming's
You should
great.
do
I love
you should
streaming.
do streaming again, bro.
I
Yeah.
wish Twitch perm banned me for fraud.
Oh, now
Huh?
that's a story I would like to hear.
Dude,
did
that's
you
Yeah.
That's
find?
crazy.
What did you do? Who did you steal from?
I
Tell
did
us everything.
literally nothing. Twitch doesn't even know my banking info. Okay, so I used to stream. I had a few Prime subs. people gave me Prime subs because I was cool and stuff, right? This happened. All of this happened, and then I kind of fell off because I didn't really want to stream anymore. And about 50 Canadian dollars were sitting in my account, or a few, huge amounts, right? Like, that's almost half of what you need to for Twitch to actually pay you any money. So that being so, I didn't even give Twitch my banking information. Who cares though? Because Twitch came along I don't know, in September or so, and said, "Hey, suspicious activity detected. You've been doing Prime fraud, bro."
Yeah.
And I'm like, hello? I've opened a support ticket anyway. And they did not reply this month. So I'm gonna maybe say, hey, I'm gonna call you next month. And this will keep happening until I get my Twitch account back because I really like my Twitch account and I could use it to stream stuff and stuff. Not that I did. Not that I do now, but I could. I absolutely could.
Yeah,
it
you could.
exists.
Threaten to sue him, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
$50 Canadian, that goes a long way in this country.
Yeah.
What's what, 2 trips to McDonald's? Maybe 1.5?
Oh shit.
Quite important. Quite important. My Twitch account, it means a lot to me. I hit affiliate. So
Oh shit.
Affiliate's good, right? That means we can make money. If people donate for stuff, then I could be a source of income for us.
Yeah.
If you wait a little bit longer, the affiliate will no longer exist, and you can just have people sub to you. I think that might already be a thing. Nope, not yet.
Oh shit, is that happening?
Yeah, they decided to be like, hey, no more affiliate. You can just have subscribers. But that makes getting partner, the jump between just being a streamer to
Huge.
being partner so much bigger.
You need a ton of stuff for partner, but we can get there. We can get there.
Stay positive.
We can maybe get there. I don't know.
Do your tactics.
I hope.
Yeah, no, that's so yeah, I've been banned from lots of things online as well.
Yeah, you should get unbanned from Twitch so you can watch my Twitch streams because you care about me as
I
your
watched before,
community
and I'm
guy.
on it. I'm on it now, but I'm just logged out because my account is not usable right now.
I want RD to be unbanned as well, so that way I can be like, hey guys, that's my boss. Tell him.
I mean,
go to bed.
can't you just have them join you in a stream that you're streaming on Twitch?
Well, there's Twitch not partnering, but what's the word? Co-op.
There's
streams
CoWorking. There's CoWorking, and then there's also stream together where you and another streamer can combine your stream chats.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Never mind. I wasn't talking about that. I'm saying if they were to technically become streamers on a different platform, and then what they would do is for your stream they would join you in whatever you guys are streaming. Not necessarily with chat. Yeah, not necessarily with chat or a joined stream section, but just being there with what you're doing.
This is possible.
Yeah.
We should have an official enshrined Twitch account eventually. I think. I don't. It should exist. If we're gonna do any fun stuff, we could localize it on one person. Me, if I get my account unbanned, I could get those cool subs. I could.
I'm not sure if we want to
just take a little cut.
criminal.
I could take a little cut,
just a little taste.
Just a little. Yeah.
Just a little taste. I mean, after the cut that Twitch takes, of course, because you're affiliates, you only get 50-50, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would wait until after affiliate's gone.
Oh, affiliate, even then, you still get the 50-50 cut until you get partner, and then it's 70-20, and then you get partner plus, which then becomes 18-20. But that shit's hard to get. I've been trying, not that hard.
Half those numbers were wrong. You were just making up numbers.
But it's mostly right. It's mostly. Listen, I'm the one. Shut the fuck up. I'm the one streaming right now. I'm the one broadcasting to a live audience. My 2 current live audience. The rest of them will come later. They're at work right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So my Origin account is banned. When I found about it, I was like, I'm not sure if I should care about this.
Right. Oh no. So
nobody's used that shit in ages, but my name used to be Hobo Fondler.
Maybe that's why.
Okay.
Maybe that's why.
Hear me out. It got through the naming thing, so that there wasn't a problem. And then I played on there for multiple years, and it was never a problem. But then, like, maybe like a year and a half after I stopped playing on there, I got like a feeling like, hey, your name's been reported. You have to change it. Like, okay, we were fucking reported my name a year and a half after it was last live. So I was a little bit annoyed because I was like, I don't think somebody reported me. I think EA realized that they done goofed and are just trying to smear their community now. Like, okay, so it became Bum Toucher. Which also made its way through their naming thing, and then I never played with it. Like I was not online with it even once, and then like a couple months later I get another email saying, hey, somebody's reported your username. I'm like, okay, this is bullshit, and so I changed it again, and so it became and this one I cannot believe this got through their fucking naming thing. Vagrant molester.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I'm gonna hop out now. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Why were you still here for this?
I don't know. There was no clear cutoff. I'm just doing what I would. All right, bye guys.
Oh,
Bye. Have a great day.
You need to know.
and that's what got my account banned. So.
Okay. Yep. Bye.
Delete the VOD.
No, it all stays. That's the best part. Is it all stays? But yeah, I do have to head out
on
though.
TikTok
So have a...
next time. Talking
Woo,
about some very
let's
like
go.
1 minute video.
Why my boss got banned off of Twitch? Let's go.
No, I'm not banned on Twitch.
Oh yeah, wrong person.
What do you mean?
That was Origin.
That's Origin.
Okay, then why aren't you following me on Twitch?
Wait, I thought I gave you my sub thing like a year ago.
I don't remember this.
I go and I think I went on.
I have a special list. I have a special list when people sub.
It might not have been a sub. It's probably just a follow.
No. So the only times I've ever logged in on Twitch was to go online and harass my old boss after he hired me, but before we started working together, on his stream, just to mess with him. Did that like 2 or 3 times. So that's why I made it. Then after that, the only time I ever opened Twitch was when Amazon Prime gave me 1 free sub I could use, and like, I'm never going to use this. Wait, I know somebody who can make money from this, and so I went online and I did that sub on your channel like a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check this. I can check this right now. Because the best thing about me and chat is everything I do is public. So they're about to see if you're subbed to me.
You're not going to have a record of it because it was so long ago.
But like, no, but it's say... Oh, it's not a current thing, though?
Well, Prime subs, you have to refresh every month. It doesn't auto-renew. Yeah.
Do you care about the longevity of my channel?
No, it refreshes every month as long as you have Prime.
Of my channel?
Oh shit! Well, I wish somebody told me this because then I could just refresh it every month.
Well,
yeah, like I wish you're really just throwing money at people for a short amount.
Yeah.
Speaking of, thank you, Rhino, for the tier 2 sub for 19 months. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhino.
At least somebody cares.
Oh man.
Well, so yeah, that's the only things I've ever used Twitch for. So I've not had the opportunity to get banned from Twitch just yet.
Okay, well, I better see you in my chat sometime.
Okay, I'll have to remember what my username and password is.
You have a daily. There's a daily check-in. If I don't see that daily check-in number go up at least once, we'll have a problem.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, boss. Thank you.
I try not to piss off a person who has admin privileges to the server now.
I'm not gonna do anything bad. You think I'm crazy? You're crazy.
There might be some evidence to support that claim, but.
What?
Yeah.
I played D&D with you. I know what you're like.
It says the guy that made a pipe bomb in D&D. What the fuck?
I haven't used any of them yet. You know, they're auto-locked. Thank you very much.
You tried to use one, but you guys also magicked away the thing you were going to blow up, so it didn't really.
Exactly. So there you go. You have no evidence those are pipe bombs at all.
Do we have time to talk about how this pipe bomb was made?
Oh.
Sure. Yeah. I'm gonna skedaddle, but have fun talking about the pipe bomb. Bye.
Later.
So those that was the co-workers of Enshrined. Most of them are artists. Pixelit's the one that wanted to know about the pipe bomb is the creator of quite a bit of the Enshrined lore. Muffin Dad is kind of the owner of the stuff and things. I will say that telling Muffin Dad, is it bad I didn't do daily? Should I? No, you don't have to. It's just a thing that's there. I'm just giving Artie shit because I can. What was I thinking? How you did that? Okay. I'm gonna make the server all pretty. All right, I do have to be right back. My throat hurts and I need some water. I figured I should wait till waiting room is over. That's valid. I'm gonna be 2 seconds though. I gotta go get my advanced GG from the fridge. So I'll be right back. I love you. Be right back. Did we just get kissed? You did just get kissed. I kissed your little foreheads. So today's first task, as you guys heard, is me organizing this Discord, because... but yeah, we're gonna make the server all pretty, and that is the current plan. Thank you for the cheek, Pab. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Sorry that this Monday was a bit of a roller coaster, or not a roller coaster really, but it was a bit chaotic. There we go. That's the energy thing, right? That is the supplement drink powder that I am affiliated with that has it's essentially, if you've heard of gamer sups, it's like that, but a bit more transparent in there. What are they putting in it? And they're also a bit smaller of a company. Oh man, their shit tastes good. I'm having the taro bubble tea today. It's very good. I'll make this server pretty. I'm gonna make the server pretty. Maybe I'll have to look into them. Do you have a code? I do! Advanced GG. There you go. Oh, I have to change that link though. My apologies. That link is wrong. Advanced GG. The login, don't I? Login. Let me just edit that link because that link is no longer correct. This is the new link because that was the Labor Day sale link where they had like a little bit of a BOGO going on for their stuff. Let me see. I think it's in the command. Is it similar to Gamer Subs price? That is a really good question. Let me check that. Oh, let me change this really quick and then we'll check because I'm actually really curious if they are or not. Oh, I think it's actually this one. There we go. Yes, that's the right one. Okay. Let me check. Let's check. Because I'm very curious. I wouldn't be surprised if they're around the same price. Let's see. Let's do gamer subs. Let's see. Let's do their energy, because so advanced GG has other ones as well. They have focus, energy, hydration, sleep, protein, and boost, so they have multiple types, but we'll just do energy since I believe those are like similar. So let's see. The Vina one is $40. These ones, they're $5 cheaper, it looks like. Do they have varying prices for them, or are they all just 40? They are all just 40. Okay. So it looks like Advanced GG is a little bit more expensive than but how many servings? 100 servings versus That's a good question. Let's see how many servings this one has. 40 to 20. So this one has about 100 servings, where this one only has, I would say, 40 servings. I didn't think about that. But to be fair, I'm just curious because how much, I'm gonna do the raw meat one because I love Meat Canyon. I'm wondering how many, how much caffeine is in one, if that makes sense. Let me look at it. It's 100 milligrams. Because I like looking at the supplement facts. So if you did 1 scoop, it's 100 milligrams. So does this have more? 1.6 grams. 1.6 grams. The scoops of these ones are bigger though. Hello, hi Silver Bahamut, welcome on in. So 1 scoop here is 3.5 grams, whereas one scoop here is only 1.6. So that's something to consider, I guess. How much is it overall? Good afternoon. Hello, Devouring. How are you doing? This is 3.52 ounces. This one's 5.64. So you are getting more per thing. But you're also paying for the brand. But caffeine is probably the same. Caffeine is about the same. They are both. Raw meat is the Meat Canyon flavor of, it's watermelon flavored. But yeah, the caffeine is about the same. The only major difference, yay! The only major difference is that advancedgg has more vitamins in it. As you guys can see, the vitamin C, B2, B3, B6, I believe they have more vitamins overall in their stuff. Yeah, they have C, D3, 6, so they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And a few other stuff. If I drank raw meat and it tastes like water, I would be upset. That's valid. Though I'm not completely sure that they could make something actually taste like raw meat, so that might make your brain confused and not very happy. Okay, so we're gonna edit community feedback to not have that. That was not the right thing. Only hurt you if... Let's see. Edit. Why does lore have 2 R's? Just perhaps if they have a killer deal. Yeah, I'll let you know. On Labor Day, they had a buy one, get one half off, which was really good. But I appreciate you comparing. Of course. I mean, hey, we gotta be real here, right? I want whatever is best for the bang for your buck. So, you know, go get whatever you want, you know? I would also be upset before a different reason. Okay. Ooh. I like this. This is cool. Welcome's fine. I'm just gonna add in this little guy. General. Wouldn't it be nice if we ba-ba-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. If you could have your own flavor, what would it be and what would the name be? I'm not sure what the name would be. If it was like, I think I'd do like a blueberry lemonade kind of thing. I think is my plan. Or something that I talked about with my roommates was that I would really like an apple cider flavor. I think an apple cider flavor, if they can make the apple flavor and the like cinnamon flavor that makes it a cider really good, I would do an apple cider flavor. Cause I feel like not many people do apple cider. And it's cause it's like really hit or miss. Blueberry lemonade would be so good. I think so. It's either gonna be a blueberry lemonade or a apple cider flavor. I'm not 100% sure. GamerSubs has that, do they? Well, advancedgg doesn't, so I'd be cornering the market on that one. Who has that flavor for GamerSubs? Or is it just like a general one that they have? I want a dice. Or do I want a dragon? No, I think this one's fine. I don't know. It could just be a general flavor. I know Bao has the Bowberry, which I believe is the blueberry one that a lot of people like. I tried it once in a sample. Oh, so then if it's a sample flavor, it could just be like a general flavor that they have. That like no one's particularly made their own version of. I just realized I can graph my physics problem in Desmos 3D. Fuck yeah. Lane, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? Anything with peanut butter and chocolate. I think my favorite is... Oh, fuck, what was it? It's a Tillamook flavor. They had an apple pie. No, this has someone on it. Oh, okay. Hold on, let me look it up. Oh, I didn't. Gamer subs. Sweet blueberries and tangy lemonade. Oh. I don't. In collaboration with the coolest podcast. I fuck with Tillamook heavy. Yeah. Ice cream flavors. Their apple Christmas, if you guys have not had their apple Christmas, I would highly suggest it. It tastes like they fucking just put an apple pie in ice cream form. Like, I don't know how to other explain it, that it's literally just apple pie in, like, ice cream form. My other favorite, though, is their s'mores flavor. Their s'mores flavor is really good. Other than that, I like plain vanilla quite a bit, just because it kind of goes with everything. Never heard of it, but hey, if I see it anywhere, I could consider trying it. Their shit is really good. It's so creamy. It's so creamy. It's so nice. 2D. 3D. 3D. Let's do art. What was it called? There's Tillamook Apple Crisp, and then there's like the s'mores one. Tillamook s'mores. The campfire peanut butter cup. That one's fucking makes my pee-pee hard. Okay, got it, thanks. Of course. You can get your hands on it. I definitely say try it. It's really good. It's really good. You get a nice, like, the vanilla ice cream isn't even like vanilla ice cream. It's like just like marshmallow ice cream. And then you get peanut butter and stuff in it. Have you had an apple pie roll? I don't like the ones from like, is it like McDonald's? I think McDonald's has ones like that. I'm not completely sure. There's no cube, is there? There's just the ice cube. I require an apple pie. I know. Get some. It's the time. It's the time for it. Man, I would bark for some good ice cream. That's valid. That's valid. I would too. I would too. I guess we can put the... I want to do a painting. Not sure if McDonald's does, but Panda does. Kind of like an egg roll thing. Oh, wait, apple. like a kind of like a cannoli. BRB fellas, no problem. I want this one. Frame picture copy. We will be here when you return. Oh, you can't. I like the animation symbol though. The animation symbol's fine. I like that one. Together. I need to put this in like a notepad so I don't have to keep going back and forth in this weird way that I'm doing. Company. Cause like this one had like a thing in front of it, and it confuses me because like some of them have the emotes in front of it and some of them don't. And I would never let you go, baby. I can't wait to know. What do you think about this? Believe me, always see this out. Copy. Oh, I'm gonna okay, well edit. Actually, oh, that's fine. That's the welcome. This is the welcome. General, wouldn't it be cool? This is the general. Which I would like to edit this category permissions. It is not private. Channels. And permission, manage, create invites. Embed links. Super permissions. Pin messages, no. Manage thread. Read messages. Send text to speech. Save changes. This should be good now. For general. Yeah. And then computer. Do that copy. Save changes. Let's see, let's do a picture. Look at you, right? Let's do this one. Boop. Nope, that did not copy. Images, lore. Make a paper symbol. Save changes. Community feedback. I think, yeah, we can do like a newspaper, I think. Well, let's do this one, community feedback. And then marketing. Fun. Actually, let's do stocks. The stock symbols is good for marketing because we're doing a lot of analytics here. And then we'll do the increase just to do positive vibes for marketing. There we go. And then rule. Actually, let's do paper. I know I've got your taste. Let's see, notice, maybe? What new nectar? This one doesn't need anything because it's got this thing here. Actually, same goes for rules, actually. These both don't need that. Community. This needs to be called socials. Now, doing a different link emoji, would that be better? Because it looks like the one that we have didn't. There we go. FAQ. Maybe paper. Or, no, let's do the question mark. And then this. Oops. Just want to make sure. Front of me. Okay, save changes. Lore archives is fine. I like that as it is. Visual references will go here. Mods, images. We'll do mods, lore images, visual reference work, mumbles, community feedback. Marketing can go above. What is enshrined? At mods. Visual references. What is this for? Okay, well, I also need to make some voice channels. Every channel, this will be cubicle. Okay. Back. Welcome back. This will be the meeting room. Wait, what are parts of an office? I think that'd be cute. Parts of an office. No, not an office chair. An office. Break room. Should I try banana milk? Yes! It's one of my other favorite milks. I love banana milk. Especially the Korean branded banana milks. They're one of my favorites. Kelly's office. Break room. It's the conference room. I just realized this is a Dunder Mifflin reference. I just tried. This is all me. I don't think Stream is dead. Okay. Bum ba bum 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 bum. Conference room. Save changes. I'm on mobile. Understandable. Create channel. This is a voice. This is going to be just got off work. Oh, okay. Understandable. Break room. break room. And then we have stream died. Oh, it's just on their mobile. On their mobile. And then we have I didn't notice that. Yes, it was just nothing. Conference sales accounting. I'm just kind of. I guess I'll just call it cubicles. Voice. Cubicle. Okay. Right there. And then edit category permissions. It's a bit annoying. I'll fix it though. Server settings, roles. So why is this locked? Why are these all locked? Already. Hi, Canadian. How are you? So, it has not changed. I'm good. You're just doing some classwork and lurking. I made a cup of tea and now I'm waiting for it to cool down so I can drink it again and get my caffeine to myself. Understandable. Hope it cools down quickly and you don't burn yourself. Ow. Oh no. I thought I just had something on my hand, but no, it looks like I scraped my hand. Ow. Oops. Pog. Okay, cool. Server settings. So Headwind Studio will go here. Edit, permission manage members, add members. Shay. Oh, I have to scroll through everyone. Katarina, Ezekiel, Saba, Bolu. I don't think this person. This person. Jam could be part of it. Feel like I'm not forgetting anybody. 15 people? Oh, save changes. I just want to make sure. Oh, I forgot actually. The roles. The Headwind Studios needs to be below this one. Right? Yes. And then roles. And then we want these displayed separately. Save changes. But then we want these ones not to display separately. Save. Yeah, there we go. Headwind member. I gotta make sure everybody has a headwind member. Katarina has it. Shay has it. This person has it. Diego doesn't have it. Dr. Puffs needs it. Ezekiel has it. Gregory the Monkey King has to have it. Sound engineer has to have it. Community developer has to have it. Whatever the fuck, this person has to have it. Nikki doesn't have it for some reason. Nikki. Saba. Shoe Smurf. Sorry, I will look at chat in 2 seconds. Just make sure everyone has this. There we go. Okay. Elaine, I know you're great at art in general, but how are you at graphic design, specifically user interfaces for games? I've never done it before, but I fucking love graphic design. That's my answer. I want to change this to edit Headwind Studios. Studio. Can I have a gradient on it? I could. Oh my god. It's like black and gray, I think. No, let's make it like white. Black. Holographic. I don't know what color enshrined would be, but I think this one's fine. I don't like it really matters. Okay. And then I need to change another thing. Which every role is not a great color. Game director is fine. Community. What colors like community developer give us? Community. Our community is like reddish. 3D animator can stay blue. Game dev I would almost see as green. Game dev. Community developer. Okay, hold on. I need a color palette. Start. Let's pick it from. Actually, can I do it from a picture? Color picker. Nope. from image, extract from palette, browse images. What it all means. I was about to realize. Let's do this one. So this color. Let's do. Actually, let's do a muted rainbow color. Color palette. Okay. Game director, community. You just for a while. Community will be. This is not an RGB order. No. I think that's the first color. What? Oh. What is this? What is it? What is this? Actually, can we do like a forest palette? Forest rainbow palette. I like this one a lot. Oh, wow. I like this one. Can we have this one? The one I was looking at wasn't bad. This one? Oh, I had it open. Thank you for the song request. No. Metallic. Oh, this one's not bad. I quite like this one. Oh. What? Colors wall? What's this? Oh, collections, okay. Newest, most viewed. Useful material UI, colors roll, pastel palette, data visualization. So if I just click this, interesting, okay. Web applications, 10 stage something with Figma, mental health, data sciences. Data sciences sounds interesting. What is this one? I like the blues. I also like this one. Mental health, life also does not sound bad. Sunset palette versus like an earthy palette. Let's duplicate this and let's look at some other ones. Pastel, Google Docs, skin tones, ultimate palette, Stark's theme. Okay. Forest rainbow color. I just kind of want like a foresty color palette. But I might have to open Affinity so I can grab colors. Hello. Everything okay? You sure you don't want to talk about it right now? We can talk about it right now if you want. I'm just doing colors in the Discord. I'm having a blast. I heard the active construction zone, you asses. I'm doing my best. Yeah. Should wait a little bit. Said this is the first thing I'm gonna do.
Yeah, no, you didn't do anything wrong. He was just like, oh my god, she's gone mad with power.
No, I have it. I'm doing making it look nice. You bumbos. 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 Bumbos.
Yeah, Artie's like the kid that has like an absolutely disaster like room, and then you go in and you organize it. He's like, you throw it everything.
But guess what? It'll change once and then it'll never change again.
How am I supposed to find my pile of garbage if you've thrown it out?
It's in a nicer looking pile of garbage. That's what happened.
But we'll have a longer discussion tomorrow about the workflow for the organic ad stuff. But I think if apparently you're not editing that stuff anymore, or at least not on like the large majority of it, then we could really use your help on the not creating new stuff, but the visual layout of the Kickstarter page.
Yeah, I can do that.
So that's like, it would essentially be like a this week.
Oh, this is gonna piss me off.
And so that'll be essentially like me and you will be in charge of taking the illustrations and doing the visual layout of the Kickstarter page. Kind of like the example you did.
Can I do that tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
We gotta make sure you get all the files for that first.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just making these colors are gonna piss me off because I did them in my own Discord, and then but Artie doesn't have them figured out in his, so I like they have to be a gradient. It's gonna piss me off. I think Shay's gonna be mad at me though, cause I'm making her thing yellow.
Instead of
I feel like she liked it being blue. Also, why didn't you tell me Katarina sounded so cute? Never mind, I know why. Actually, hold on.
what kind of fucking loaded bullshit question was that?
Out loud I
Excuse
say
the fuck out of
okay,
me.
no fair dinkum. I said it out loud and I'm like, oh, I made an oopsie.
Never paid attention. I'm normally just trying to hear through their accent.
You get that on this valid, but their accent and their voice made them sound so cute. I was like, oh my goodness, you sound adorable.
Kind of fucking
Fair game. Fair game, my dude. Pixels doesn't want to see how cute we're making the Discord anymore. I may have made an oopsie in my ways, but you know what? It's okay. Save changes. There we go. Oh my god, what? Why is my shit not working? Play? Do I have to restart VTS Pog again? Bro, what is wrong with VTS Pog? I'm sorry, Taylor. I will refund you, but I'll also give that to you again. 1 second. I gotta see if there's an update. 2.20. I think that's the one we have. I need to make a shortcut on my computer for this. My apologies. I don't know why that doesn't work. I don't know. It started happening last week where like VTS Pog just did not want to go off 2.18. I'm so behind. Uh-oh. I already downloaded it. My stuff. I've already bought it though. I already paid for this. maincoow, resend my download links. I already bought this though. Maybe that's the problem. I'm like 10 versions fucking behind. Oh, proceed. Oh, wait, am I more than that? I am way more behind than I thought I was. Uh-oh. It's the last update in the Discord was like 20.28, and I'm on 20.18, so that might be a lot of our problems. 1 second, my bad. Save. Tee-hee. Tee-hee. My bad. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, my God. Whoops. We may be like 20 versions behind. Tee-hee. Sorry about that, guys. Let me create. Show more options. Create shortcut. I don't want to click that though. That's fine. What you working on today, Cow? I'm working on some community management, and then I'll be doing video scripting and stuff. Okay.
Jealousy bait, hashtag me too ass bait, fucking trap ass shit, fucking goddamn. Trying to fucking get me sucked into a
I'm
fucking
sorry, but you gotta realize, I realized the problem. You gotta understand that I didn't go, oh my God, why didn't you tell me this? Oh my God, you're such a fucking asshole. And then you're like, oh, well, I mean, yeah, here's why I didn't tell you that they sounded cute. Cause like, and then I would've been like, oh my God, I can't believe you caught, you know, like I caught it before it went further. I think you should like, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Could you give me my hair clip? I didn't manage to get it before. Oh, so I think it's because it's a new application. Open volume mixer. Oh, is that 0? Bruh? Wavelength. Oh, is it because it changed? Oh, pets? Beta might be buggy. Click to save for every pet. What the fuck? Pets. In the end. Thank you, my love. Thank you for the song request. Wallet. Thanks to that meme, I got to connect with Pixels' sister more. It was great. The meme will forever be my favorite thing. Please have it on application capture. TTS. Save. Settings. I think I have to reset it in here. Lose it. The ATS pop audio player, cool. Move the weight of him. Why is it not working? Oh my goodness, Norman. Thank you for the biddies. Mwah. Mwah, mwah. Okay, I have to... Why is this not working? One's gotta die today. You have got the final say. You can check it. Please don't make me do this. Don't make me do this. I'm gonna have to restart BTS Pog. Exit plugin. Hold on, I gotta do a thing. I really didn't want to because I have to hide everything on my screen, but it's okay. Okay, there you go. Let me take the suffering from you. Where did VTS Pog? Oh, I have to restart it. Okay, playtext.
Pog online poggers.
There we go. There we go. All right. So really quick before I get sidetracked and try to figure out what pets means.
Well, what's that behind you?
Do the ringers shoulder I'm a judgment call. TTS pet TTS. Beta might be buggy. Checks text if starts with pet's name plus colon and uses pet for the TTS versus Brian. This is text. So if it was like, how does that work exactly? Where'd my Discord go? Where'd my, oh, it's in there. Oh. Let me look at the deblog. Switch connection added. Find the menu option to add customized pets. It will go into detail next week with the video and some small stories on it. This feature is a beta, so it means it's really a bit too ugly, but the idea is to just slowly work on it. Okay. Well, let's not worry about it too much right now, considering I will eventually want like that as a thing between So Young and BLT, but not right now. Let's go over here. I'm gonna go back to Enshrine. I have to check this message. Okay. Oh, I have to also change that in here when I launch, because I have like one button to launch everything. Oh my god, there's 12 of you, and I just saw my thing, and it says that 12 of you are in here, and that makes my heart so happy. I'm sorry that I underestimated the number in the meeting. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay. Trying to think. Socials is gross. I'll fix that. Announcements is fine. There are 12 of us. Well, shit, I gotta... No! No, baby, please stay. Canadian, no, stay, please. Please. Listen, I'm not gonna be... what's it called? I'm not gonna, like... What's it called? I'll be able to talk to you guys one-on-one until we get to, like, probably, like, partner. So, like, don't even worry about it, because that ain't happening anytime soon. Yeah, so nice. Like, yes! Yes! Alright, FAQ. This one will go in general. That's all good. And then we have to do... So I want to redo this. Okay, I have to make a list of things. At the very least. If I close that, does that close? That doesn't close. Okay, cool. I'm sad. Buster, what's the matter? Lovin', why are you sad? I don't really think I like the colors I use. I want this color instead. I'll do it one more time. Bonka da sad. Do not bonka da sad. It's okay to be sad. What's the matter? What's the matter? Wonderland. To the Wonderland. I tried to stream, but OBS said no. Is it updated? Did you make sure to update your OBS? I might keep the colors for now and think about the colors again later. Do we try more dynamic section and the music has had that rather watch this? There's an update. Sometimes there are. What version are you on? My version is 31.1.2. Sometimes if you tell it to skip the update too much, it'll just not tell you, which is fair. That's fine. I think that's okay. Have I been chomped? Have I been trumped? What am I doing? I don't want to go to roles. No, okay. I have to fix socials, fix FAQ, fix rules. Oh, add final art submission. We'll call this the gallery. Yeah, it looks cute. Thank you, Zoe. I'm glad you think it's cute. You're cute. How you doing? I hope you're having a good day. The gallery. I want to do another emoji. Copy. No, it's the same. It might just be bandwidth is dog shit right now. That's very possible. That's very possible. Bandwidth is very important for stuff like that. Images. So we have marketing, the gallery. Yeah. And instead, edit category permissions. Okay, we can... Hold on. Let's remove. The only thing that will matter will be Headwind Studio. Okay. How do you see you stream? Oh, I miss you too. I hope you haven't been doing all right. I'll just take a nap since I felt pretty tired. That's understandable. That's good. Good that you're taking care of yourself. All right. Is there anything else? Stat bar. We need. I guess it actually doesn't really matter. To be fair. Okay, I see. We don't have to delete those messages. I would just make a new one. Announcements again are fine. Hiding in the chat. Hiding in the chat is a dork that's too cute for her own good. Hee hee, you two are so cute. You guys make me so happy. Alright, so that should be all good. The gallery is where we'll have final submissions. Images, I don't really understand what this is for. Actually, images seems to be the places where you put final imagery, it seems like. So let's delete channel, delete channel. We're gonna call this the gallery. And so the gallery will now be where we put the final image. Visual reference will stay as it is, I think. And then, yeah. So now, and then the development channels, I need to edit this category. Permissions, this is a private category. Add Headwind Studios. Add member roles, the seekers. So Headwind Studio can send doop. Attach files, add reactions. They can do all these things. And its messages. Well, no. Read message history. Roles connect. Speak. Use voice actor. Oh, my headset reset. That was very scary. Okay, time to die slowly. Don't die. Why are you dying? Manage channels. No. Manage webhook. Create invites. Nope. 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 Oh, actually, they can add reactions. I guess that's... No. No, manage messages, pin messages, manage thread posts, read message history is fine. Connect. I think these are all fine. So I want to now go to server settings, roles. I would like to see this. How do I view server as role? Right here, it says I can talk in it, which is not what I wanted. Categories, permissions, seekers can view the channels, manage the channels. They can add reactions, but I want it so they cannot. They can view the channels, read message histories, send text. Is it because I need to re-sync these? I think it is. Which means I have to do that for all of them. 2D permission. Oops. Oops. Think I didn't oopsie. Sync now. 2D permissions. That one's synced. Save changes. Oh, sync now. Permissions. Sync. Sync. Edit category, permissions. It's not private. Save changes. There you go. Now if I go to server settings, I go to roles, view server as role. If I click through these, I can react. Okay, I can join this and I can join this. Hi, Sajiko! How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Disable. For some reason, I think TTRPG may not be synced. Sync now. There we go. Save. There you go. Thank you for the boop as well, by the way. My eye itches. I love to get high on my woes. Okie dokie. Visual reference is gonna screw me up if we don't have like an emoji for it. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Alright. References. We'll do this as a file cabinet. And then this. Say changes. Hello, Vexed. Alright, visref. Alright. I think that's pretty good. And now general can stay the same, I believe, as it is. That shouldn't be any problem. The only thing to do left is these. Let's see, is the, I believe. I might do a color pass one more time. Yes, congratulations. I hope you had a great time. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 colors. 9 colors. Let's do a fall palette. Palette, 9 colors. Images. Does this have 9? That one has 5. I need 9. Hi, V. How are you today? Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. this one only has 4. I need 9. Why? What are you hiding? What's your wonderful? Ah, yes, war crimes. Oh, goodness. This one only has 5 colors. A 9-color fall palette. Only war crime is the absurd charges to my bank account. Sheesh. I did, so we officially have the first chatter. Relationship. Can I tell you a secret? I think you're the first official relationship. So, you know what? You can have that title. There's technically 2 other people in chat that have technically met each other through my stream. But I won't, I'm not gonna out them. But they're also, I don't know their situation, so. But, so you guys can have that. You guys can have that little crown. I spent over $100 at Walmart today, and I also spent $600. Oh, damn! I want to save up a little. Sheesh. I want a fall color palette that's 9 colors, but all these are like 5. Pisses me off. Fall color palette. Fall rainbow color palette. Rainbow color palette. Do you have the top of life? This one has no blues. This one has no reds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, unfortunately, V, that was not directed at you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one might not be bad. Alright, we gotta do it one more time with this one. Community developer. What you gonna pick aside? More menstrual will get orange. 2D art will get this color. 2D artist will get this color. Role icon. What the fuck? We have role icons in the server? What the fuck? I have role icons, man. I don't even have role icons in my Discord. Because we're too poor. Art director. Green for sound engineers. Green does, we'll get this brown. I like that more. Oh, just want to save your changes. There you go. Funnily enough, 2 people from a chat I've seen you in also got together. They even met IRL. Oh. I don't know what's going on. I think that's all good now. So I might do an ad here later just so that way everyone can understand what's happening. Fix socials, we'll do that first. Oh, you guys do have an official enshrined Discord thing. What is this? 8? No, you didn't just leave it as an... Stickers. Haha, you did. Reddit. Instagram. I get it, but I'm upset about it. Twitch. These are the only emotes we have. TikTok. YouTube. Facebook. Damn. Okay. I'm bullying V for trapping a Stardew character in a marriage. Damn, that's crazy. Let me look up Discord markups. Down text. Big header. How do I do big header? Yeah, #sign use the big header. Okay. So this will be social media links. Did I do it wrong? Oh wait. At enshrined _game. And then, what does this lead to? What is the username on this? Headwind Studios. Headwind Studios. I just realized I did one of the things wrong. Is this also separated? It's Headwind Studios. And Facebook. I'm gonna go back to send my friend what it sounds good. This is enshrine the game. Enshrined the game. Didn't know you guys had a TikTok or Twitch. So just enshrined game it is. Enshrined game. And I'm presuming this is the same where it just says enshrined game. Let me make sure. I think for the cheek pat it is enshrined game. And also it's crazy to me that also let me check this one just one more time to make sure. Yeah, it's just underscore enshrined game. Cool. It's off. Oh my god, that's crazy. I'm just a little guy. Yes, you are, Norman. You're the littlest of guys. Okay, we gotta organize this though. So we're gonna do. Is this one bigger? 1,000, 1,600. It's not. Okay. Do this one. YouTube, Twitch. Let's do Twitter. Let's do it like this. Social media links. Community circles. Community circles. Okay, I'm just gonna copy all of these. We no longer need the GDD though, but we'll keep it just in case, I guess. Hashtag, space, r/enshrined. These are your children. I am your son, Cody Luray. I just realized something. Sorry. I know that it got a bit loud. I'm sorry. Hey, Lane, what program do you record your voiceovers in? OBS. OBS or Audacity? Son of a bitch, I forgot to update. Oh, wait, no, it's fine. I won't record them today. It's okay. We're okay. I need to update my OBS settings to be higher quality because right now they're poo-poo dingy. Enshrined official group. Nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, man, I gotta do that later. Community repository. What is this? What is this? Community ideas repository. That's all this is. Community development repository. And then This goes here. There you go. Remove all embeds. I think this one's fine. I think the FAQ is fine. The rules have to change though. Does this not have a space? It did not. Oops. There you go. No, I believe all of them have a space. Yeah. Copy message link. Who knew OBS was so robust, huh? For what? FAQ is fine. Announcement rules. Okay. Do we have a PNG of the rune mite anywhere? Let me check. Because that would be a really good emote. What? No, don't do that. Do 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 do. Rune crab. Look at him. He's so cute. My name in the place I'm under. We'll keep it by the 100. Dated. Okay. Pixels. I'm gonna delete the old. Can I just have you look at this? Cause like I got the RDs. Okay. I just need to say it out loud to someone so it makes sense. Old social media links. New social media links. Okay, I told RD I was gonna delete the old one because it's the same information. It's just, yeah. Okay. And then I'm doing the same thing for the rules. So it's all the same information. It's just, yeah. Do you like how it's looking so far? So when I'm done, essentially, I'm going to add everyone. No, I'm gonna add Headwind Studio. And saying that like everything's all updated now, post where you post, just put your final images in gallery, which was images before, so that's it. That's the only thing that changes. Cause like this wasn't, to be fair, their Discord wasn't bad. It's just it needed a little bit more.
It was just messy.
It just needed one more category that was called Headwind Studio, which I realize something that I have to fix with this.
It's one word.
No, it's not. Don't tell me that, because I just had that conundrum. Look, it's 2 words. On the YouTube, it's even 2 words.
That's interesting. Because on our business license, it's 1 word.
Well, on literally everything else, it's 2 words. I thought it was 2 words as well.
I asked Artie about it, and he was like, 1 word. But if it's two everywhere, then just do it.
Okay.
Just commit.
I also made it so Headwind Studios has all the artists, all the members that work are the same. The only thing we get different are colors.
Yeah, sounds good.
So, because that makes it so we don't have so
It's
many
not
different.
a giant mess.
Well, it's not a mess. It's just like
It's a bit of a mess.
it's hard when you single people out.
Yeah.
And understandably, it does highlight their roles better, but the bigger we grow,
But
the
the thing
less you
is
can
that,
do
like,
that.
It wasn't done correctly, so.
Yeah, it's good. I would add a link. It's great. I'll add that right now. Let me do this. My aesthetic autism is bursting. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see this. Like, it looks like nice. And it makes me happy. The only thing I'd have to do at this point is organize all the images and stuff into correct folders in the Google Drive. But like, that's a slower process that I think I can do later. And I didn't know that Shay made like a thread.
I didn't know either.
Look at this.
Yeah, these are very old.
Yeah. But it's nice to see someone tried. Inspiring enough to have them help. Did you know that Enshrine is boosted enough that they have custom role icons actually? Also, we don't have cuz if you guys have custom
Do it.
Well, no, I'm just curious. Can't you is that not a thing yet?
Definitely should be able to do like a background.
I'm just saying that you guys should help me boost my server because I want the Tism tag. I want the Tism tag. No, I'm just saying we should be able to have a banner like this.
Yeah.
Like that should be able to be changed. But let me see. See new perks. Yeah, someone. It was. Oh, it's. What do I gotta do to already give me? How many boosts do I need? I think I need 3. I need 3 boosts. Give it to me. Give. Because you already paid for 3 for this one. You guys have this one. I want this one. I want this.
Frankly, interesting choice of ours to pick that one first.
What the fuck? Ah! So you can pay additional 3 more boosts to get special icons instead of just the set ones that they have, which I think is like a star, a heart, an ice beam, or whatever.
Damn, really cashing out.
I want a tag that says Tism. I don't think I've ever seen anybody with a Discord tag called Tism. Okay, wait, back to the thing I was thinking about. Icon. Where's the banner? When enabled, only server members can view profile content and won't be able to see the content. Where's the... Can you not upload a banner anymore? Yeah, it says it right here. That's weird. Maybe it's because I'm streaming. Okay, so... What's a cool thing to say, like... I don't want to just be like, here are the rules to obey, but you would already always come up with some, like, funny tagline, like, the commandments to follow or some shit like that. What would you do?
Do we want it like the mine enshrined?
Yeah.
You could spin it in some direction, like
How do you spell hearken peasant and know thine play? Is thine like what is thine a word for?
Know your place. Like
No, thine. Know your thine. Hi, Poe Plays. Welcome on in. I kind of like the thine. I like the old English speak. It was. I kind of want.
Obey thine elders gods.
I want to use the word like beckon, like
Yeah, so
almost
that's,
like.
I was kind of going towards the like you've been beckoned to the island.
Yeah, kind of like that. Like kind of like these words beckon you to follow them. Like you are not in control over following. You just have to. Town crier is a lot more friendly sounding. Bold for a first chat. That's true, but they answered it accordingly, so I can't be mad. Enshrined Discord server. Heed. How do you spell heed? Heed? Like, it's H-E-E-D, right? Beckon. Heed. Thank you, Devouring. How the fuck does beckon? I don't know what words mean anymore. Oh. It didn't help. True calling. I think that makes sense. Heed our words, beckon to your true calling or something. I have to go to the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I've been I've been holding it for a little bit, so I'll be right back. Beckon is like to call someone to you. Oh. Beckon to our... Like, beckon, does this make sense? I'm gonna copy and paste this and I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom, but let me know if this makes sense. Okay, I'm back. Come back. And the action of beckoning is like, so I got another one, right? No longer beckoning. It's heed our words or become fodder for the gods. I think that one's good. Pixels came up with that one. I went to go pee. Did I flush? Pixels? Can you? Never mind. I don't want to talk about it. I probably did. Nothing. I'm embarrassed. I don't want to talk about it. Never mind.
Did you tell them, but you didn't like turn them on?
No, I didn't know if I flushed because I'm having a really hard ADHD moment, and I think I did. I know I washed my hands because my hands are cold. Oh, that's awesome. I know. Pixel is pretty good about this thing. Sorry, I'm being like super. I didn't take my meds today. 1 second. Uno momento, chatterino. What? Okay. Cool. Cool. I've only had this in my... I think I need more water. So how's everyone doing today? Bro is just raw dogging it crazy. Listen, for 20 years of my life... Yeah, for like 20 years of my life, I just raw dogged it. Huh? What's my love? For 22? No, because for the last 2 years I've been medicated. It's September 22nd, so I thought it said on my thing it says Monday, September 22nd. It doesn't say the year, so I thought the 22nd was the year. So anywho, guys,
I just had to hit her with the "How old do you think you are?" chat.
I forgot what year it was. Really, it's not that I forgot my age; it's more I forgot what year it is. Actually, that's the same thing because I was born in 2000, so whatever year it is the age that I am. 2025 means I'm 25. If it's 2026, I mean it means I'm 26. Anywho, we're all good. We're all good in the hood, guys. Poe plays, thank you for the follow. I hope the chaos has been entertaining. I'm just refilling my pill case so I don't forget to take my meds again. Because the thing, I was like, oh my god, I have to refill my pill case. I have to refill my pill case. Or else I'm going to forget to take my meds. And then I forgot to take my meds because I forgot to refill my pill case. Say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But we don't take Adderall on the weekends. I dropped some of my pills. Pills here. Where'd it go? Found it. Alright. And now we need the vitamin D because there's not that much sun where I live. I have to refill mine too. I'm too lazy this morning though. Mood. I just forgot because like I had to have a meeting when I normally have other stuff to do. And so it just threw me off a little bit, but we're good now. Boop. I have a little Winnie the Pooh pill case that I use. Alright, we're good now. Alright, I need to answer back Kiwi, because Kiwi looks like he DM'd me, so. ADHD motherfuckers, when they have to remember to take their ADHD meds. Usually I'm fine because I have this like typical pattern that I have every day, but I broke that pattern very hard today, so yeah. Italics underline. Even smaller header is a double hash, is a triple. We're gonna do a triple hashtag. And then I gotta to ensure everyone is it's a fucking struggle when the meds are what help you take the meds. Yep. In her soul, it was easy to see that the devil himself could be rolled out of me. Drums in the air, she started to dance. Soul in the moon, giving time with her hands, and we sang, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey. The voices sang like the angels sing, singing, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey. Dance on into the night. Respect all. Still trying to get my meds. My med management company has been a real bitch. That's understandable. I should be a little bit more on top of it because I should have ordered them for last week because I have to pick them up at Costco now because of my insurance and stuff. And so like I thought I was gonna be fine ordering them like the day before, but they were out of my medication. I was like, oh, so now I have to go next weekend to pick them up, which is fine. It's just not what I was expecting. Into the night. Enforcement. And then we'll just call this the honorary 11. Normally I have to call them every month for them to send the refill, and I called last week and they sent the pharmacy. They said the pharmacy had 3 refill, which isn't possible with my meds. They can't send more than 1 a month, so like arg. That's understandable. That's how it is with me and my Adderall, is like I can't have more than technically like a month supply of it, because if I have more than that, my insurance cannot accept it. It can't cover it. Yeah, so it's annoying. But hopefully they can get your stuff fixed quickly so that way you don't have to deal with that anymore. I don't like how, like, together this is. How do I do my rules? How OD on this stuff. No, more like I'm gonna not have to go to the hospital every month and die being in the hospital because the hospital takes so long to do shit with. This is 1 week, 2 days going on. Damn. You want me to yell at them? I'll yell at them for you. Oh, no. I won't murder you. We'll just, you know. We'll just go karate chop them in the face. Okay, hold on. I gotta see how this looks. Oh my god, why is that so big? Oh my god, why is that so big? Ew. Okay. No. That's like so far away from one another. What the heck? No! Son of a bitch. I have to do this in notepads. Work as hell without it, you know, like a feral fucking dog in me. No, that's understandable. That's why, you know, a lot of people are on medication, because it helps with things like that. I think this looks better. So sad in Turkey. One second. Oops. Too busy, literally. Alright, note. Okay. We need to have a 12th one, actually. best part is never have to pick up. The best part is they never pick up, and they always call you back because like, yeah, that's true. That's why, like, to be fair, usually my personal favorite thing is is that like I prefer just to go to the hospital and have them feel the same. No, not ads. Oh no. Ads jail. Fuck. The usage of AI art within development. Suffer plebs. No, don't say that. Not everyone has money. Some people don't have money, and that's just how it is. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? Tell you all the secrets if you don't have the soul. Why does it do that? I don't understand. City of gold, and I'm looking for the money, but lost track of my soul. Eldorado is a city of gold, and I met the fucking devil. Now I reap what I sow. A free welcome in, welcome back, really. I was just saying that I prefer it when like I can go to the doctor and I can just have them fill it then and there, and then I can just go pick it up. Because usually that helps, because then it's not like the first time you have to go pick up your medication. It's usually like, oh, you've already picked it up, so it's like easier. I thought they were saying Colorado is a city of gold. Used to be, maybe a long time ago. Colorado is a city of gold, and now you know the secrets if you don't tell us so. Colorado is a city of gold. Colorado is a city of gold, and I met the fucking devil. Now I read what I saw. Oops. Okie dokie, let's try this instead. I think that might work better. Yes, it did. I want... What is the tiny text? Thank you for the song request. Oh, wait, that one could be fun instead. Hold on. Oh, not that. That's not what I want to do. Oh my god, I have an idea. I do have Stabby. She don't know if that image. What is this? What is what? What is what, my friend? That website? This is Make Emoji. This is Make Emoji where you can upload a emote and then it can animate it for you. I wouldn't let me upload it. Let me refresh. Yup. Yeah, so you can have like you can have it head pat and stuff. I want this one. Ruin my pet. Ruin my jam. Ruin my wobble. Ruin my noted. I want a rainbow one. Save as. Bro, I forgot I was supposed to be doing something. What are you supposed to be doing? Rainbow. Settings. Yeah. I'm adding that one too, don't worry. I'm just deleting all this from the thing. Then emojis. Ding, 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 ding. Ruin my stabby. There we go. Now we have a bunch of them. Wait, do we already have Ruin My Friend? Emojis. Oh. Oops. There we go. Now we have this one. Oh my god. This one. This one. I think the him jamming out, like popping up left and right is one of my favorites. Noted. Petting. Petting is also one of my favorites now too. I'm gonna add Muffin Dad and Shay for these. Wait, hold on. I need them in separate messages. Oops. I realized I did the noted one twice, but that's okay. this to not be bold. I want this to be a subheader. I feel so productive with the Stardew Valley music playing in my head. Braiding my hair. Oh, I hope you're fun with that. Pencil. Rule. Oh wait, no. Sign. Where is it? Post. Envelope, jar, placard. There we go. Oops. Now I want to play that dude mood. On God. 1, 2. Good. I think stabby is violent. Braiding your own hair is like arm day at the gym. I know. I can't wait till my hair gets long enough. I'm growing out my hair currently, so it can be as long as my VTuber, so I can braid it. Let's see. Now we wait at the mercy of the Twitch gods. What are we waiting for? Did you upload your own thing? Like a symbol. Respect all. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Emojis. I think a check mark button works pretty good. You guys could pick a day and play together. Oh shit, I forgot one. I forgot 2 of them actually. Whoops. I think it's because I scrolled down. Stop, let me do the thing. We don't need the tilde. The tilde's a little too girly. Actually, I kind of want one in the beginning. Do you like it? I do. Wait, is it the little dancey? Wait, which one? Do I like which one? I don't know. What are we talking about? The song? Oh, I definitely like the song. Oh, yeah. No, that was a great song. Very good choice. Yeah, like I was trash for that. You should be dead. But. And it hit me like a track. High school went away instead. Assholes are the key, keeping you away from me. Let you mind, let's up your mind, let I can set you free. Let me out like I was. I hide. Built those holes that truthful shit inside. I built a wall. White horse who is Vietnam. Until they never see their senior prom. I was meant to be yours. We were meant to be one. Finish what we become. I can't say it was yours. Eyes closing. Spin. Those words explaining why they died. The wounds of Westerberg High will die. Our burnt bodies we might get through. To you, the society turns out slaves and blanks. No thanks. I'm the students of Westerberg High. Goodbye. And watch the smoke pour out the door. We marshmallows will make s'mores. We can smile and cuddle while the fire burns. I was meant to be yours. We were meant to be one. And I can't take this alone. Hi, Jester. Welcome on in. How you doing? You were meant to be mine. I am all that you need. You tore open my heart. It just gave me to bleed. Open the door, please, Veronica. Open the door. Yeah, I got the spin one now. Just got this one. And then this one. Oh, the panic. There you go. Veronica, open the door. Leave message. Leave message. Doing alright, just been chilling. I got home since I got home from work. Well, I hope work was good. How are you? I'm good. I think I drank a little too much caffeine and my tummy hurts a little bit, but I'm okay. Good trust. Where is this? Pre-launch Kickstarter notify me page. It was boring. I almost kept falling asleep after work because I didn't have my headphones. Ugh. Unfortunate. Understandable. Kickstarter. Falling asleep after lunch. Oops, you're fine. Oh, papa. Oh, papa. I'm still half asleep. Nope, valid. Launch page. Hello. Line. Quick starter notify me page. This one. Pa 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 pa. Pa pa pa. Kickstarter. Find me. Enshrined. I want that one where he's jumping. This one. Go to the fish and chips. Dun, 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 dun. Straight. artist. Hi, Shadow. I hope you're doing well. And I can't write this one. So you can see. Scroll it a little more. I'm well. How are you? I'm good. Free to just as we had. Please. You're so busy. What? Who's it going? I like that. Here it is. Feel free to. I'll put this in the work mumbles. Hey, your artist, feel free to use just. Difference. Files, links, high quality works, and the there's the community with its oh, hello! Oh shit, that worked automatically. That's awesome. Again. Slash. We post them publicly with that's so cool. Yeah, I have to edit one thing about it that I just remembered, but I'll do it later. Publicly with this way we make to upload final work in the right channels. Okay, I think that's all good now. I think I've done all that for today. I have a few links. I'll get time. I realize I'm stealing this. I'll take it. I want to do edit panels. Wait, no, is it this? What do other people put there? I'm gonna look at Gordy's. I can't tell just what you want. Okay. I kind of want to edit this about section. I can't tell you just what you want. It's in the creator dashboard. It's in. Hold on, before I do something stupid. Because I don't know if this will show my... What's in here, isn't it? Okay, it is here. Okay. Oops. Just you. Okay, so split up. Folks. I think I was just doing welcome to the Milk Club. Open your door, POV, I'm at your door. Open your door. Oh, how was your stream? What did you do? Looks like you did some special events. What did you get down to doing, my favorite hyena VTuber? How's it going, everybody? Welcome on in. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to us here. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy us as we do co-working. If you don't know me, I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow. I'm a streamer with a big heart but a little brain. So I hope you enjoy your time here. Yeen Raid! Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I like this. Also, I'm so big heart, little brain. Was doing a donathon, but I gotta do RL stuff, so please take care of these awesome nerds. You got it, Grim Larkin. Thank you for the follow. I hope you have a good time lurking or talking. Doesn't matter to me. But that's awesome. I hope the donathon has been going very, very well. Sleepy Rant, welcome on in. But I hope the IRL stuff is good too. I am just updating a bit of my channel stuff to freshen it up a bit. Senior Cinnamon, welcome on in. Yeah, it's very good. Be good, have fun, dingus. Bye-bye, dingus! Bye-bye, dingus! 1998 Windows monitor, welcome in. I'm on a lurk count of need food, but yeah, no problem. Thank you for the lurk. I'm just updating a bit of my own channel branding. We just got done fixing up the Enshrined Discord, which is a TTRPG that I help work on and help work on its creation that will be launching soon on Kickstarter. But yeah, I just fixed all that up and now I'm fixing up my own stuff before I get into scripting my TikTok content, because that is important to me. Welcome, la la la. How does Big Nose Bug do hers? Actually, how does Jersey BZ do hers? How does my Rig parent do their Twitch? I want to see. I see. Okay. Hey folks, I'm Elaine, a blue cacao lichmera. I think that's pretty good. I think that's fine. Save changes, and then the next thing I want to do is edit this. So the things that are going below here, I'm editing a bit, so Actually, I'm changing this again. This save changes. Okay, there we go. And then welcome to the Milk Club. I hope we make many memories together and that you always get to create what you love. Later with a Big heart, but little brain. Feel free to hang out or tell me about your day. Okay, let's see how this looks. Hope it looks good. Yeah, this looks good. Cool. Open! I know! My POV, I'm at your door. Open! Oh my god, how was your Hollow Knight stream? Did you do anything fun? Pelican Yawning, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Parzival, what's up? Nothing much, just doing my due diligence to make sure that all my stuff is pretty and nice and spectacular. But how's it going? I'm just doing a little co-working. Red cousin raid. I'm working late cause I'm a singer. You are a singer, right, cousin? I've seen you do quite a bit of singing on your channel. I am currently updating my socials because I found a new tagline that I really like. So I'm kind of just updating my profiles to have that right now because I think it's fun. But I hope you guys had a wonderful day. I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. That is the most important to me. Canna bitch, welcome on in. I love your name. The energy you give is flooring. Chupa, welcome on. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy our content here. We're just vibing. I'm doing a little co-working. I'm about to get into some TikTok video scripting for some other VTubers. Specifically, one of the people that we're going to talk about this week on my TikToks is Rat Cousin. Because I make big TikToks about other VTubers. Teehee. Thank you for the lurk, Rat Cousin. We'll miss ya. I have to finish editing my bio. I like this big heart, little brain. Big heart, little brain. I think, whoa, you're making a video about me? I am, because you're so fucking cool, dude. You inspire me, even though you tell me that, like, I shouldn't be inspired by you. But it's too late. I already am. So, sorry, that sounded weird. I don't normally... Well, that's cool. Thanks for putting the spotlight on our fave little rat. Of course! We should be thanking Rat Cousin for fucking being cool as fuck, you know? It's really not me. It's really just them. Kenna bitch is a babe. Fuck yeah, we love babes. Thanks, that's very fat. Of course. I only speak the truth. Hey, Lane, I made breakfast tacos. Ugh. Stop. You're going to make me hungry. How do I want to do? You know what? I gotta go look at other people's profiles because I don't know how to format this. Cause I'm just a little guy. Oh my god, I'm a babe. Apparently you are. Apparently you are. Okay. There's no one in the Rat Cousin chat who isn't a babe. I think I can agree with this. Elaine, why didn't you tell me that there were rats in the barn? Huh? Of course there's gonna be rats in the barn, dude. What are you talking about? Of course. We live in a barn. A renovated barn. What did you expect? Do you not see my... Hold on. You do not see my background? Oh, wait, hold on. That's the wrong one. Hold on, zoom out. There you go. We live in the attic of a barn, dude. What do you expect from us? Also, I need to update that today. I need to render out the new one. That's where the rats live. Yeah, in the attic. In the attic. They live in the attic. Don't you see? I don't know if I'm doing this right. Cat Cow Lich Mare, Big Heart, Little Brain, 18 up, advancedgg affiliate. I think that's not bad. What do you guys think about that? I quite like that, actually. Cat Cow Lich Mare. Wait, no way, you're a 3D artist? I am. I should probably put that somewhere too, huh? Artiste. Okay, there. I just feel like big heart, little brain needs to go somewhere else, you know? Maybe it's fine. Cause like that's like kind of like, yeah, no, I think it's okay. I think that's okay. And now I'm gonna put that over here on Twitter. Yeah, save. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And look at that. It looks wonderful. Thank you. Now I gotta edit that on literally TikTok. I think that's the only one I have to do now. This one. 81 out of 80, son of a bitch. What do you mean? Okay, let's do Twitch Monday through Fridays. That's how we'll do it. That's how we'll get them to know. That's how we'll get them to know. A little salty. Oh, is the burrito a little salty? I need to download my VODs. I keep forgetting to download my VODs. I forgot to download my VODs like all of last week, and I was like, oh no. I want different music. I'm sorry. Sure. I don't know what the song is. That's a cute little emo. I like that. That's a cute emo. It's a little cow taking notes. Oh my god, and it's from your channel? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm gonna follow you just cause like I too enjoy the weed. I hope like this is the 18th. Is this the 18th VOD? It is. Okay, thank god. I don't know what this song says. It sounds like it's in Spanish. I don't know what it's saying. Oh, this one has Iron Mouse on it. There's Iron Mouse in it. Okay, that's all good. This one, this can now go. Edit drafts. Let's make this public. Oh my god, hi Womble! Hi my dear, how are you doing today? Gross, I need to trim my hair. Oh, mood! I need to trim my hair too, but I've been like really lazy. Cause I have to like I have to go get like shearing scissors. And do it that way. Bro, that's how I felt when I heard you talking and then I saw the cow stuff. Like, you're my kind of person? Fuck yes! Fuck yes. Well, I hope you enjoy us here. We're a lot less chaotic than I feel like Rat Cousin is. I feel like Rat Cousin is way more fucking like chaotic and entertaining. But we kind of take it a step down and we're kind of chill. We just kind of work on stuff all day long or do art stuff. So yeah, cow VTubers, literally my heart. I do like a lot of cow VTubers. I'm completely fucked, but what's happening? Why are you fucked, my dear? Do you need DM me? Do I need to fuck somebody up? Hi, Erdom. Oh my god. Wait, did you make that emo, Womble? It's made my space cadet. It's made by Space Cadet. I was gonna say if you made that one. Gotta save up. But oh, okay. Can I tell you? I'm so upset. No, I'm just sick. Okay, well, you can cough on me and then we can be sick together if you want. Also, I need to message Kiwi on something. Side note. Are you still able to like grammar check my I'm gonna cough in my mouth. Hold up. Okay, hold on. What? Hold on. I found so many cool and chill streamers through Rat Cousin because the extended universe. It really is. Cough in my mouth. Oh my god, the main character from the Metro series. I may buy a car, so you're here for emotion. Oh, yes, of course. Let's go buy a car. Yes, let's go buy a car. Let us go buy. I'm gonna use fabric scissors. Oh, be careful. Be careful. Be careful with those fabric scissors. Sorry, I just need to like catch my brain up. So now I can go burr. Fuck yeah. Okay, we can close all this. So today we need to do some video scripting for our TikToks. We need to do these videos. And then we organize the Discord. Hold on. We need to work on Kickstarter assets. And then we also need to organize art files, but these are of no particular like deadline for now. How are you gonna cut up anything if your scissors are made of fabric? Geez, so true. Just super fast, right? Because if you do it super fast, anything could cut anything, couldn't it? Down the highway at 69 miles per hour, I believe. The song would go well with going that fast down the road. Okay, so oh wait, it's fine. Oh, like what? Yeah, like if it just goes super fast, like that fabric jet. Okay, I think I'm good now. I just kind of had to reorganize my brain a little bit. This was the 15th. We can now delete this. Land. Okay, and then I'm gonna edit my Sammy for the automation. This is a manual to auto squisho. Let me check if this is correct. Default pose. Okay, I don't know why that doesn't happen. Lane, do you know Turbo from YouTube? Turbo? I don't think I know. The only thing I think of when I hear the word turbo is when in DuckTales or whatever, they're like something something and something. No, you were supposed to be named Turbo something something and something. Like I could have been Turbo. That's what it makes me think of. It's turbo time. Turbo time. Did I edit everything? Yes, I did. I want to edit my Discord thing too, though. Cause hey guys, if anybody wants to help me boost my Discord server so we can have the Tism tag, I would like to have a star and then the word Tism. The new DuckTales? I think so. Hold on, I'll show you the clip. I saw RP TTS and I thought it literally meant roleplay TTS. We do. Well, we do have RPT. We do have roleplay streams. I have 2 streams where we roleplayed going to Arby's. Where is it? It's in my long form content. We went to Arby's and then we went to the aquarium, which I want to do the aquarium one again. I want to go to another aquarium because that's pretty fun. I feel like I could use your streams to body double so well. That's what I'm here for. I'm a good body double. Because if I'm looking like I'm being productive, maybe you'll be productive. Hold on. DuckTales. Turbo. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. You can hear it. Hold on. Let me pause the music. I could have been Turbo. That's what I think of when I see the word turbo. I'm a single that body, if you know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. You're gonna take me down? You'll beat me up, so I'm a single person. Singular brain. So you're generally doing such a good job. Thank you. God damn it, the skunk weed is back. I'm sorry. Probably because they also returned from the weekend. It's a great place to body double. The music could use some work. What's wrong with the music? It's a good hype vibe. That or Elaine will stare into your soul with her snug and pugging face. Yeah, sounds about right. Listen, we listened to Epic the other day. Oh, that's what I was doing. Oh my god. Chat, is this Riz? Edit per server. I can't because streamer mode is enabled. God dang it. Okay, we're fine. I'm fine. Music works for me. I'm working for me too, honestly. Making my ADHD brain. You have the power to change the vibe. You do. You can sidetrack me for 20 years if you want. Oh, you mean with music? This is also true. I gotta bring up my blankie. All right. Open. Nope. Recent. Wonderland. Okay, this one. Thank you for the song request. How'd you do it twice? We saw you do it the first time. A wonderland. I gotta scoot these over so I can start working on them. I do song requests when I need it, but I don't want to take over the stream and DJ. I mean, that's valid. I mean, if you have a vibe, like I can always fulfill. You know? Because I might be on the same vibe. Like, maybe I want to listen to whatever you're listening to, you know? Is it really 39 this week? I thought it would have been 40. Take the aux. Exactly. Oh, it didn't work for me the first time? Oh, valid. Alright, cousin. That's what I thought. I didn't think it was all capitals. Alright, cousin, let me fix that. In here, and in here. This is the wrong one. Week. September 22nd. Is sidetracking someone for life is just called best friends at some point? Yeah. That's why I like it when you guys, you know. Elaine, I sent the Riz. Please respond. Where? Wait, which one? Are you talking about the single body doubling? The single? If your body's a double, I'm gonna order a triple. Mwah. I responded. Is that what you were hoping for? Was that a good response? I hope it was. 19 impact frames. Listen, all I can do is give 4 head kisses. Excellent, Pog. Who did we have planned for V-Stars? Chonky Lotus. Chonky Lotus. And then 46. What game do I want to talk about? Ooh, we'll talk about Project Winter, because we're doing that this week. We'll talk about Project Winter this week, because, Boffy got us that game, and we'll be playing it with friends. Excellent. 4 scores and 7 years ago. I feel lightheaded. I think I need normal water. I need to get normal water. I will be like 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I need normal water. Oh my god, I was verifying an email. I can't verify it without the same provider. Be right back. I have to go. I've been drinking advancedgg affiliated, by the way, if you want to use my link below. I'm drinking advancedgg focus. So it's not technically water, but it has water in it. So I need to go get normal water because I think I might be a little too caffeinated. So I'm going to be right back. I also have to go to the bathroom. So please bear with me as I be right here. Wait, hold on. Well, I'll put the little stream avatars up. You guys have something to look at while I'm gone. Okay. It's like loading, I think. Yep, there we go. All right, be right back. Pixel says he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. I'm kidding. I was talking to Pixels because he was helping me get some water, and I was like talking to him because I have debut plans. Also, wait, hold on before I get into that. Just chugging caffeine all day because it's Monday is valid. Not gonna please. That little pug heart can only take so much. Just saying, true. It's Rapture Day anyway. Is today that Rapture Day? Oh my god, I've had so much time about this. My grandma made me watch the Rapture movie like 5 times. That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh, you meant age 5, not like 5 p.m. At 5. Oh, I thought you meant like 5 times. But damn, that's too young. How would you know? The song goes hard. It does. They're doing all work. Lies and deceit, not lies and deceit. Okay. I am now caught up on chat. I think that's crazy. Is today Rapture Day? If so, bye, I guess. Bye to those people. Like 5 times, 5 p.m., 5 years old, whatever works. Yeah, no, that's valid. I'm small. I wish to be this again. Hello. But I was getting water. And I was telling Pixels that, like, so, for those of you who don't know, we will have a Halloween outfit. My plan was to do corporate, VTuber. Where is it? I can't spell corporate. It was this. I was going to put my model head on this corporate outfit. Is Elaine watered now? I am watered. Good thing it wasn't 6 or we might be in trouble. This is true. The Lord would not be happy with that. But my plan was to put my VTuber on this body, essentially, was my plan. Unfortunately, my rig goes a little too hard. And by that, I mean I have too many angles that if I were to put it on this body, it would look mismatched because... Actually, I could show you guys. I sent it to BZ because I was concerned. Because I paid $16 for it, and I'm sad that I can't use it now. Oh, wait, can I not just... Oh, I can't. Okay. But, like, I almost had it working, but honestly, it's just not worth it because in order for it to work, my model would only be able to move 1/5 of what it can move now. And it's very limiting, and that takes away a lot of the quality. But this is how it's kind of gonna look. But you can see how, like, the neck area here, I don't have, like, my pen. And that kind of sucks. Hold on. How do I want to do this? It's fine. It's fine. But you can see how the neck area is kind of like, it's not connecting with the body. Like, to the right, it looks okay, but when I look to the left, you can see that the neck disconnects, and that's because I have so much movement with this model that it won't work with static models like this. So unfortunately, we won't be able to do that. But, okay. I don't think I have that one set up automatically, but there we go. So the plan, I have a different plan in mind for it, and I hope you guys like it, because I had to change some VTuber planning stuff around, but I think it'll be really fun, because I really like the outfit. And some of you have seen the outfit before. I'm not going to reveal it right now, because we're going to literally reveal it next Wednesday. So, like, I hope you can wait for that. But it's gonna be, I swear, it's gonna be so fucking cool. It's gonna be so fucking cool. I forgot the shrimp comes with a voice. It does. It comes with this voice. Oh. Sorry, that scared me. My cousin's stream scared me. Oh shit, shrimp. Yeah, I'm a shrimp. Wait, hold on. I can take my tempura off and I can cook you some shrimpy fried rice. Hey, yeah! But yeah, so we have plans for Halloween now, because Halloween is my fucking favorite. October is my favorite month. Halloween is my favorite holiday, so I'm really happy that we kind of have plans going on for this month. We'll be playing games like Little Misfortune, Fran Bow, Sally Face, and Off, along with some other ones, and I'm really excited. You're telling me the trip right this round? Damn, I hope you enjoyed it. But yeah, so I'm really excited for that. And not to mention that, or not only that, we also are going to be able to maybe, my plan is to debut on my birthday, which will be next year on March 23rd. Which, what day is that? Will I actually be able to debut on my birthday? That's on a Monday. I might do it on the 20th, March 20th, because that's a Friday. But that's kind of like my plan, I think, is that I will debut either on March 20th or March 23rd. And I can't believe you debut on my birthday. Is yours on the 20th? I remember us talking about your birthday. I think my wife, Miyu, her birthday is also on the 20th of March, I believe. Where's my Google Calendar? Which is kind of unfortunate, actually. I kind of feel bad. Maybe I should do it on the 23rd. Maybe I should do it on the 23rd. We're the same day. Oh, shit! Yes, we are! Oh, fuck, brother! Well, now I don't know if I want to debut on that day because it's your birthday, too. Let's see. I think I wrote my wife's birthday down. I didn't. What? Oh, maybe it was on my phone. Wait, we share the same birthday month? Let's go. All of your parents fucked in June. Have that. Have that. You get to have that now. You get to have that now. I don't like this. I don't like how this... Okay. Okay, whatever. But yeah. Yeah, I'm planning... I think my... You know, I'm gonna add those to that calendar. Hold on. March 23rd. Oop. Why did I do that? Womble's birthday. And time does not repeat. Annually. Save. And then I think wife's birthday's on the 20th. Let me make sure. Yeah. It was on the 20th. Mew the mermaid's birthday. Okay. There you go. Now we have the two births. If anybody else wants to tell me their birthday, they can. We can put it on here. But yeah, it's just a fun thing. Oh my god! I forgot to say, did I forget this? I think I might have fucked up. So I just remembered this. I think I have my stream affiliate anniversary was on the 7th of this month, and I forgot. And I think I said it to celebrate it on the 21st, but the 21st was literally a Sunday. So happy 4 years of being an affiliate on Twitch, huh? Happy 4 years to us. Yippee! Well, while you're at it, don't tell me. I'll add it. I'll add it on in. March 3rd is mine. Let's go. March 14th is my grandma's. Shadow. I'm gonna do usernames just in case, because if I just do Shadow, it may not. We might have other people that are also named Shadow. So I want everyone to have. Okay. Wait, these are not. Wait, edit. Wait, let me redo this one. Delete this and following. Annually save and then edit this annually. Mine's May 11th. Okay, I got you. Edit annually save. The fuck? Did he post this on? I want to listen to it on Spotify. I don't think he put it on here. Apparently Rick Astley did a cover of Pink Pony Club, which is amazing. April, May 11th. May 11th. I might do it on the 20th. I don't know. Do I want to do it on a Monday? Because it'll be a subathon. I think starting a subathon on a Monday be better. I think that starting a subathon on Monday be better. That way, if Miyu has plans for her birthday, I can still be there for their birthday. Jailer 182's birthday repeats annually. Safe. Here we go. Okay. I think that's the plan. I think that's my tentative plan. So this will be debut March 23rd. We officially have a day. There's such a good song. Hey, it is, isn't it? It is, isn't it? All right, we have an official day, guys. That's actually crazy to me that we have an official day. I've been planning on debuting since fucking for like 3 years now. That's fucking crazy that I finally have a day that I think I want to do it. March 23rd, 2025. I'm very excited. 2026. I'll be 26. It'll be great. It'll be a birth debut-a-thon. Birth-a-boo-a-thon or something. I don't really know. 6 months exactly. You are right. 6 months exactly. I'm very excited. And we'll make Womble something. I don't know what. We'll make you something. Because it's your birthday, so we should celebrate you too. So we'll make you something too. I don't know what. I'll come up in the next 6 months, but it's a good amount of time, so I'm sure I'll think of something. All right, let's get to finally doing the thing. Rat cousin. I need to get image. Did no harm, never did no harm. I need like a picture of this VTuber. You can make me happy by playing a game with me for our birthday. I bet. I'm doing a subathon, so I'll probably be streaming for a while. So sounds good to me. Whatever game you want, Pookie. I got you. I need like a PNG of this works. No, it doesn't. Gosh darn it. I just need like a PNG of Rat Cousin's model. I don't know if they have one though. Am I gonna have to look in their Discord? I might have to look in their Discord. How big is this image? I just turned 26. It's certainly something. In the latter half of 25, I just start feeling I'm getting older, and it's a heavy and heady experience. That's aging for you. That's aging for you, on God. That's just how it is to age. And it's just kind of like whenever your brain decides to realize that you're aging, I think is when that kind of stuff happens. And but it's not a bad thing. Because you know why? I'll be 36. It's not a bad age. You know why I think that's not a bad age? Because 3 times 2 is 6. It's a good number. It's a good number. I like it. 6 divided by 3 is 2. You know, it's good. I'll be turning 30 in August, and I feel like I'm 22. That's how it is, especially if any of you are neurodivergent. If any of you are neurodivergent, here's a fun fact. Frontal lobes for neurotypical people develop at 25. If you don't know what that is, the frontal lobe of your brain is what makes you go, oh, I do the big adult thing. 3 + 6 is 9. Ooh, that's also good. I love to be 23 again. I think I'm good. I like being 25. I think I'm fine with being 25 or 26 when I turn 26. But it's also like, if you're neurodivergent, that frontal lobe does not develop until later. So if you have ADHD, add another 5 years. Your frontal lobe will develop when you're 30. You also have anxiety. Do you also have depression? Add another couple years onto that. And that's why you feel younger than you are, because your frontal lobe isn't developing as fast as everyone else's. 9 times 9 equals 81. Okay, that's a lot of math. many such cases. That actually gives me a little bit of hope. Thank you, of course. But it's true. It's true. Our neurodivergent brains do not develop as quickly as other people's. So like if you feel younger, feeling younger, my frontal lobe may never develop, and that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Frontal lobes are stupid anyway. I memorized a sum when I was like 12 and it's still in there for some reason. Hey, when I was like 4, I realized I had half siblings that I never met and my parents never told me about until I was like 14, but I remember their names. Stop reading my health records to chat. Literally, it's everyone in here. Overrated, that's what I'm saying. But it's all of us in here. And like it's a hard thing to, cause like for example, another thing, are you a neurodivergent, possibly with ADHD, who's been told their entire life that maybe you're just lazy? Guess what? You're not. Because for ADHD people, we literally cannot make habits. Habits don't exist. Routines exist. Habits do not exist for people with ADHD because neurotypical people will think of like, I gotta go to the gym. They're just gonna go to the gym. They're like, it's 6, I go to the gym. That internal clock does not work the same for especially ADHD people. That just doesn't exist. That internal clock doesn't exist. Or if it exists outside of the normal time frame that people have. That's why a lot of neurodivergent people tend to stay up later at night. How do you know this, Elaine? Elaine, you got a big heart but a little brain. How do you know all these things? My therapist told me this and it's resonated with me, so I just kind of keep it in my brain. And it probably will never leave my brain because why would it, you know? Why would it? I'm just a goobery goober. I'm a goobery goober, and this is what my brain likes to think about sometimes. And I also like cheering people up, you know? Like, at this point, when you think about it, it's literally not our fault that the heavens made us this way. Relatable, honestly. Yeah, fuck yeah. So, there you go. Feel awesome. Feel awesome that it's not you. It's fucking whatever the fuck made humans weird. And embrace it, because being normal is stupid. Being social normal is kind of weird, champ. In like an okay way, I guess. What an inspirational. Thank you. Thank you. Ever since I had to fry that rice with my people in it. Would it be silly to ask why you know your own information? It would be silly. Yeah, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe I sounded a little smarter than I normally do, you know? It could be a little suspicious. All right. Let's write rat cousin stuff. The rat cousin has a very good introduction. Who I am? I'm just a rat that lives in this guy's walls. I love Souls-like game or roguelike CRPG. Okay. We're gonna copy that because I like that line. I believe Rat Cousin has like an introductory video. Okay. Oh man, no. Mr. Rogers has turned into a rat and now lives in some guy's walls. Just kidding. This is Rat Cousin. This innovative VTuber has created an interactive, and if any of you are from Rat Cousin's chat and like as I'm doing this, feel free to correct me or give me any other like points of like interests, or I guess you could call them selling points of Rat Cousin if you'd like, that I can add to the script. Very open-ended. I work on stream so people can constantly critique me. It's great. Mr. Rogers turned into a rat and now lives in some guy's wall. Maybe I should do like a question. Like, oh, you're telling me I shrimp fried this rat? I'm dead. Just kidding. This is Rat Cousin. This innovative VTuber has created an interactive world. If we aren't from his chat, we can lie to you and spread misinformation in the video. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because then technically technically we can do an inside job where we lie and we say outrageous things that are still nice. We don't say negative things about people, but we say incorrect positive things about Rat Cousin, and then Rat Cousin will take his TikTok account and have all of his chat get mad at us, and then we'll both get views from this fake controversy that we made. See how we spin the negative context that is the internet and we make it positive for our own gain? Think about it. Think about it. Which one are you using? Can I get used to take a gander at these, please? Let me know which one we are not using if you want any edits on the ones we are. Okay, let me look at these. That one's fine. One is fine. They're kind of loud, though. One is fine. A fair amount of Rat Cousin knowledge? Fuck, yeah. If you have any selling points you want to give them over. These are fine. Usually let me know which ones and we're not using, and if you want any edits, can use take a gander at these. Which one we're not using? I feel like all of these are gonna look pretty alright. This one, 3. Okay, actually no, that's a lie. 3. Let's not use 3 because the transition's not perfect. I don't want 3. The flash is fine. I think the flash is fine. How's the transition? That's fine. That one's okay. I think that one's fine. I quite like the focus on that guy being there. That one's fine. Okay. Hold on. Because all of these are usable, I would just say that the ones that are like 3 and the last one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3 and 8 should have more one-to-one transitions. It's this one. That's fine. Oh shit, you get eaten by the rune dragon. That's fine. I think I've seen this one. Oops. It like pops the head off and it transitions. Yep, that one looks good. I kind of don't like this one. I think we should switch it. I think it should be him getting yelled at, and then the paper swipe into, like, the other guy, and then transition. I think that one's fine. Okay. Notes. Hi, Kiwi! Muffin Dad. Video. All of these look good. Are usable. Are usable. I only have some critiques. Transitions personally. Number 3. Line up. Thank you for the check-ins, everyone. Line up all dual head for the transition to make it cleaner. Number, I think 8. Yeah, 8. Line up arms of the priests be similar again to make the transition cleaner. Number, let's see, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Ah! Thank you also for the ride check. Switch the videos and let the paper come in as the position. Okay. They are pretty good. Like, if we didn't make those edits, it's would still be fine, but if we do, just adds a bit more polish. Alright, back to the script. Mr. Rogers has turned into a rat and now lives in some guy's walls. Just kidding. This is Rat Cousin. This rat cousin. This college mad wouldn't make sense for the people to be flying into the tome like it's not follow the rules. It should. We're just changing it for ad stuff. There's no like technical reading, like artistic flow. It's just like I would just prefer if the paper swipe was a transition to the Kickstarter thing. I need a snack. I need an extra coming through the bread. Jalapeno bread, please. All right. Anywho, has turned into a rat and now lives in some. Well, just kidding. This is Rat Cousin. Just kidding. This is Rat Cousin. Step into an innovative and an interactive world. Interactive. Step into an interactive world created by this possibly mad slash genius. 3 and 8 is tricky. The images are also the base images, but they don't have something 3 pixel lineup. Try the all do thing. Maybe I can get away with the less zooms at that one. Sure. If it's trouble, don't sweat it. These are just nitpicks. Thank you for the head bat. Genius. Step into an interactive world created by this possibly insane, possibly genius. Thank you. Step into an interactive world created by this possibly genius, or maybe just cracked out of his mind. I think that's good. Let's see. I love the line that Rat Cousin puts in his videos. What the fuck is it called? What's it called? Oh man. Okay, I just. It's at the end. What the fuck was it called? I think I missed it. Winchester Mystery House. That's another thing. Winchester Mystery House. Mr. Roger has turned into a rat and now lives in some guy's walls. Just kidding. This is Rat Cousin. Step into an interactive world created by this possibly genius, or maybe just cracked out of his mind rat. And they're okay, no, that would be the next line. When they're not actively Winchester Mystery, not actively creating a sewer version of the Winchester Mystery House. Streaming games like Souls. Streaming. When they're not actively creating the sewer version of the Winchester, they're streaming. Chilling. They enjoy Souls likes, rogue likes, and any weird old games. Their dank basement. When they're not actively creating their server version of the Winchester Mystery House, they enjoy Souls-like roguelikes. They enjoy Souls-like roguelike. Souls and roguelikes. So Elaine plushie when? Once I become partner. If I ever become partner, I'll make a plushie. Through maker or something, makeshift? Makeshift? I'll make one through makeshift. I know a lot of people that make their stuff through makeshift. I think? Yeah. It would be of Chonky Me, I think. I think I'd make one of Chonky Me. And make shit happen. Make good shit. The shit that is the shit. Thank you. Ooh, thank you. I have a fancier snack than I thought. Games for their chat. Let's see, they've created a few things. Like a bomb that makes bombs that are bombs. Exactly. Interactive Pokemon battle. Learn new words. Okay, but Shram plush keychain. That's what I'm saying. If we get to, you know, we'll get the partner, I'll make merch. Or if a company picks me up, you know. If someone wants to sponsor me, we'll do it. No hesitation. Has voice reminded smiling friends? Yeah, a little bit. I'm back. Welcome back. Political. Debates. I'll pick you up, Elaine. 2 feet off the ground. Let's go. Right for me. Hey, Elaine, what value is returned by... Taylor, are you asking me math homework? I don't know. Ask Vex. Do you have this letter? I do not. I just have N. I have an American keyboard. You did not! You did not, Huey. You did not. You did not. I do not believe you. Receipt sort didn't happen. This is... Even learn new words. Learn new words. I found advanced math. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know, dude. Returns the smallest integer greater or equal to the given number. There you go. That's what Google says. That was the first result on Google. Fighting NPCs in Pokemon battle style. In turn-based style. They force their chat to vote in fictional political debates, fighting NPCs and chat to fight NPCs in a turn-based style, and even learn new words. Ah, so it's 3. I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. Learn new words. That's the floor? Floor? The computer is wrong. Understandable. But you're just rounding it, no? Rounding it down? That's what I thought. With their own grubby little paws. Mix of pixel art. Unity coding. So... The first they had to vote in official poll. Just writing for people who want to sound part. That's the or fat. What? That's an intro. I feel like doesn't. I think it's in here. It wasn't always math. Sometimes it's not always math. Sometimes it's just poo poo dingy. Scoot. Can you scoot the dark version to the left a little more? I think. Oop. It's not like there's a lot of mathematical theories about rounding or cell that go in how advanced it is. Just math. It's not homework, SMH. I mean, hey, we just wanted to give you a correct response if it was homework, you know? With a mix of pixel art and the knowledge of Unity coding, they've managed to create so much with his to create so much. Checking on how you drink water. Gotta drink more now. How you doing, Ghost? I just want the light and dark version to match when it transitions. Not the little thing. I'm on the little thing. I'm on the mixtape. Yeah, you are. Look at you. Look at ya. Look at ya. Probably little paws. Do a flip? I don't know if you can do flips. I know you can jump. I don't know if you can flip though. Mr. Roger has turned into a rat. This was just kidding. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this is 2 sentences, so that's fine if this is 2. We're not actively creating the sewer version of the Winchester Mystery. They enjoy souls and roguelikes and any weird games that they find in their dank basement. Welcome to my sermon. Thank you. Oh, never mind, Dad. Now you if you want to sit, I can make you sit up there. Where'd you go? Okay. Hiding, understandable. Over the walls, this man hurt. Who the heck am I? Rat Twitch wall boy. Is that I have the 2 heads aligned as close as I can at the 2 edges between the 2 shots. Be good. Oh, let me scoop BLT. He can go over here. Yeah. There you go. Join the wall today. Following and staying up to date. Latest chaotic shenanigans my cousin is up to. I mean, you want more sentence here. But they're not actively creating the sewer version of the Winchester Mystery House. They also enjoy souls and roguelikes. Souls and roguelike and any weird old video game that they find in their dank basement. They're not actively creating the sewer version of the Winchester Mystery House. They enjoy. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I need 7 sentences. Unless I read this a bit slower. Mr. Rogers has turned into a rat and now lives in some guy's walls. I think I'm gonna go for quality over trying to shove too much shit in here. I think this is a good script. Chaos. Crowd control. And crumbs are some of the best parts. Well, technically it's not crowd control, but I think it's fine. Chaos, crowd control, and crumbs are some of the best parts. Alright, cousins content. You can say how inspired and delighted I am. Showcase this absolutely mad lad. Cool. I think that's good. Edit labels. It's this one. I have to get the thingies. So Rack doesn't have a lot of clips. I hope you guys do good clips for him, so that way my work is a lot easier. Top 30 days. Top all. What's this one? I think I just want this because this is a really good, just like his PC setup. Video editing. This one, this one, this one. Save. This one. Dark Souls moment. Singing. This one. Let's do this one. Let's do, how about we just do top 30 days? Because I feel like you guys make a lot of clips for Rat, so. This one. This one. We need one about the hole in the wall. Let's do this one. Open like a new tab. Is there one with a hole? Ah, this one. This one. Oh, there's so many. Oh, here's a hole in the wall one. Open like a new tab. I think this is good. Does one have him playing the game? No. Okay. I will grab another one of gaming in a little bit then. Save. Download landscape. Save. Save. Was sitting in the car, listening to blondes, falling for each other. Pink and orange skies, feeling super childish, no ground on clever. Missed call from my mother. Were you at the night? I know alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. It's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I want a Dark Souls one. It's your golden Metal Gear Solid. Oh. It's your golden. Download. Love it. Sitting on the dash, driving nowhere fast, falling through the film. Look at one glass, make the moment last. See your superpowers. Man, it feel like hours. She knew she was the baddest. Can you even imagine falling like I did for the love of my life? She's got clear on her face and noise. Let's see. I want a Dark Souls clip. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. Where is a Dark Souls clip, chat? I'm not seeing one. It's your you slaughtered. There's gotta be at least one. Aha. Oh. This doesn't look like Dark Souls. How about this one? Can I search? Oh, I don't think I can because I'm not the clip owner of the clips. This one works. Liza P works for me. I would like one where they're like showing off like the scene transition where they're going to a different area in their thing. Let me see. Some highlights. Oh, what is it? What am I looking for? I've forgotten already. I've forgotten already. I went downstairs for a snack and it took forever to come back because my nephew kept crawling after me and I would leave. Oh, poor little bean. He just wanted to follow you. I forgot what I was looking for, so I think we might just use this one. I don't know if we have an exterior shot. Do we have an exterior shot? We do, but I wanna have one more. There you go. Okay. Edit labels. No, come back. Change cover. Upload cover image. I'm like mad leaning right now. The energy in my bones like died because I was on a caffeine high earlier. Okay. All right. Okay. Chonky Lotus. Good news, Elaine. The math is mathin'. Good job. I'm proud of you. Very good job, Chonky Lotus. Perfect, 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 perfect. Save, file, open, recent, more. Where's V-Stars? My brain is like asleep now. Oh. I'm a star, I'm a star, I'm a star. I'm a star. Sure, a lot of aquatic VTubers. Yep. Being aquatic is pretty... I mean, there's a lot of all types of VTubers. A lot of dog, cat, aquatic. If it's an animal, you name it, it's probably been done, you know, kind of thing. Except for capybaras. There aren't really capybara VTubers. Hamsters? There's plenty of hamsters. I think... Isn't Chunky Lotus a dragon? They're a dragon cat. Ooh. Oh, my eyes are eating me. I need my blanket. But I think they look aquatic because their ears. But they're dragon ears, technically. I think. Alrighty. It's free real estate. It is. Oh, not that. Image. Recantissimo. Guys, I'm eepy. I'm eepy. Selection only. Export. Chonky low. Nameplate. Name for the song request. Oh, my eyeballs. I have an impromptu nap. Maybe. I might. Depending. I think I just want a clip of them making a popping noise. I should put the nappy songs on. No, I'm working. No. I'm working. I got this. Top 30 days. I want them to just do the little poppy noises. I have a sister and she has a baby. I have a sister and she had a baby. And now the baby lost his limbs and has no legs, so he's just a stump. Maybe top all would be the way to go. Because I feel like her little pop era has been a bit, it was a while ago. I love that voice. Thank you. It's the only one I can do. I don't think I can really do any other voices. I just want them making the pop noise. Can I not search in the clips? I can't. Failed writing, pop, Reaper, pop. Is this one? This one? Shrimplane, how'd you get so wise? I friend my people. Did you try to do another voice? Like what? God, give me an example. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Oh, hold on. Let me mute this so that you guys. This works. Intro. Perfect. Okay. Just throw one out here. Oh, I guess the other voice I can do, I can do a southern accent because I grew up around a lot of southern people. You know, so I can do a southern accent. I can also do a British accent, but I can really only do accents. I can't really do voices per se. I can do accents, but I can't do voices. If that makes sense. Bro, my brain. It's so eepy. The voices, see what sticks. Maybe at some point. I kind of hurt my throat doing the shrimp one just suddenly, to be fair. Open like a new tab. That one's fine. I have a banger Kermit impression. You never know. Kermit the Frog here. Where is Miss Piggy? I knew a lot of people in college that could do a really good like Kermit the Frog voice. Me, I think I'm just okay. To me and said, I love you. This is two. When you walk away, you don't. Hi, Moira. Hi, baby girl. What's up, lovin'? She looks a little grumpy. Why you look a little grumpy? You grumpy? That's gonna go at the end. Oh. Maybe not. I didn't realize Dio would be in the middle of that. I think for the head pads. I don't know if I have that one. Oh, this one might be good for the end. I love you. Give me now to walk harder. Oh, they will understand it enough. And I say no, and a simple when you walk away, you don't hear me say please. Hope it does. It does go very hard. It's the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. Hold me. Whatever lies beyond this morning. Little later on. Don't hear me say, oh baby, don't know. How clean is the way that you're making me feel. Download, save. I think that's saved. Okay, it did. Cool. Alright, about giantess, dragon, coffee, caffeine, and potatoes. Okay, let's grab that. I'm gonna put that there. I forgot to grab the link for the clip. Oh no. Chad, I didn't grab the link, so literally just her making popping noises. Where is their TikTok? I know that they're like pretty big on TikTok. I get a lot of their TikToks, or I used to at least. Cool. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, I think now. Okay. Hypnotizing, isn't it? Only has she gotten... does she have like a playlist for pops? She does. Lane, can you do me a video? Vex, check your DMs. No. I read it. Does that work for you? I ain't want to meddle like that. Listen. I do a lot for you, but I ain't want to meddle like that. That's not my game. That's not my thing. I ain't a meddler in that way, you know? I love stealing. I love taking things. Download video. Pop. Yeah, that works? Okay. Cool. Pop 2. Think of the boop. Three. Okay, I think that's a good amount. Oh my god, I said hello, Shopee. Thank you for the bits. Oh, my eyes are eepy. Okay. Hypnotizing isn't. Not only has she gotten quite a few people to join, The Lane, hello! Hypnotizing isn't it? Not only has she gotten quite a few people to join in her popping. Damn, she's been around, huh? What? Hypnotizing isn't oh my god, is that Sheppy? It is Sheppy. Hypnotizing isn't not only has she gotten quite a few people to join in her popping madness, but also quite using streamer. Cozy ASMR giantess. And not only has she gotten quite a few people to join her popping madness, but she's also quite the music streaming and cozy ASMR giantess. So Borderlands one of them over and their brother, and they kept messing it up, so we switched over to Borderlands 2. RIP! Just go for what you want. Scholar of kid fight paper come down there. No longer all freaking looking. Just wanted the clips to switch. Paper transition to happen. Alright. For the CTA. Nothing quite wakes you up like accidentally snorting the seasoning of wasabi. Wow! Good morning. I think what's making my eyes tired is that my key light is too bright. Hypnotizing, isn't it? Not only has she gotten quite a few people to join her in her popping. Did I get the pronouns right? Oh no. Fuck. Kiwi! I need you to do the research and check if I'm getting these pronouns right. I mean, they say they're a trans girl, so I don't want to presume. I don't want to presume. Key lighting? Yeah, I have a key light that shines on my face so my traction's better, but it's brighter than the sun right now, so I turned it down. I think it's she. I don't know, it doesn't say anywhere. I think she, and I think he has forced, yeah. When he isn't, when he is not, when he's not, when he is, he's not, when he's not. He enjoys the thing that he finds. Okay. I think it's she. But Keela, I have a light for my desk, and I do not want that shine on my face for even a second. Yep, mine used to shine on the wall, but it was a little bit too dark when it bounced off my wall, so it just kind of shines at my face. A lot of VTubers have you do that. Hypnotizing, is it not? Not only has she gotten quite a few people to join in her poppy madness, but she's also quite the amusing streamer and cozy ASMR artist. The giantess. ASMR giantess. Whether they're flinging themselves into the madness, the chaos is hell divers too, or showing off and can drive. Can assure you you'll be entertained. Sounds good. Be like, I'm sorry that your eyes are probably hurting because you probably have a light in your face. And if they don't respond. This cutie potato. The last one is credits to their artists. Where are their credits? VTuber, Mother, Yoshino, and Rigger. Okay. Enjoy. Pop on over to their socials to stay updated. Our latest hyperfixation. Check out their artist. You're at it. Okay. This cutie potato. Plays a variety. Mostly they enjoy. Thank you for the song request. Enjoy most of all time. The quality time they get to spend with their chat. Even if times quality. Her community teasing her a bit, but nonetheless soothing time all around. Like, if you'd like a touch of hypnotizing, isn't it? Not only has she gotten quite a few people to join in her popping madness, but she's also quite the amusing streamer and cozy ASMR giantess. Whether she's flinging herself, whether she's flinging herself, herself into the chaos that is Helldivers 2, or showing off how well she can drive, I can assure you that you'll be entertained. This cutie patootie plays a variety of games, but they enjoy most of all the quality time they get to spend with her chat. This is only time I can't type. She gets to spend with her chat. Even if that time's quality just happens to be her community teasing her a bit. But nonetheless, it's a soothing time all around. So if you're in the market for a 25 to keep you cozy with a touch of silliness, then you're in the right place. Pop on over to their socials. Hop on over to her socials. Her socials to stay updated on her latest hyperfixation and check out her artist Yoshino art while you're at it. Woo! My head is so eepy. Okay. Yoshino art. Save image as. Save. Okay. Super sweet. And their love emotions, they that's their pops. Oh, I think I want a nap, chat. Do we want to do a 30-minute nap? I think we should do a 30-minute nap. Kind of want to do a 30-minute nap. V highlight, V stars. But I still have more that have my grapes are right. Let me look up an article and then we'll see. This is then that I'd like to note this recent interview at Artist Unknown with you. Are there no articles about it? Okay, I guess we can look at the thing of it. They consider to be anything and often misused. No, such a poor way of wording it. This is a 41-minute like video about this. Yeah. Really covering this train or needs to be a question. Oh God. As I had to tell you, is potato. Okay. Wait, what? I stopped paying attention. Traditionally, they would appear for fractions of a second, sweetening the animation with a stylistic flash. Although now some animation studios rely so heavily upon them that it's possible for them to cause the majority of the animation to a certain scene. This is cool. I quite like that, actually. I don't need this. Like, they legit use potato instead of pronouns. Should I do that? Should I do that? Should I do hidden text not only has this potato... I can do it. This potato. Got quite a few people to join in. Their potato popping madness. Wait, not only has this potato gotten quite a few to people join in their potato popping madness, but this potato, this is a lot. This is a lot. Like, the word this potato, that potato, this potato is like a lot. So I don't know if I should flip a cap. I use giantess. Not only has... Yeah, but doing this giantess... Okay, because, like, for my brain, it sounds repetitive. Not only has this giantess got quite a few people to join in this giantess's popping madness, but this giantess also, like, it's very repetitive, unfortunately. And it's kind of a mouthful. Animation... I don't know what this is called. Anime line. Time lapse. Both potatoes with giantess. Why do you replace both potatoes with giantess? It's a mouthful. Even if I did like potato, like not only has this potato gotten quite a few people to join in this giantess's popping madness, but this potato is also quite amusing streamer and a cozy ASMR giantess. Whether this potato's flinging their potato like, you know, it's is a thing until proven wrong. That's my opinion as well, but I don't want to make people upset. What is this called? What is that called? Board animation. Okay, I hear it now. Yeah, it's just like it's the thing of this and that, you know. I quite like this one. I have one more. Do they have any more like this? A storyboard. Well, this is the first one I found, so I might just use that one. Okay. I'm gonna take a nap. It's time for a nap. Let me turn back into my normal model so we can take a nap. I need a nap. I don't know why. It's because I didn't take a nap before stream. Normally I take a nap before stream and then I'm vibing, but not this time. Not this time. Why is it not changing me back? Hello? Enjoy your nap. I hope you eat well. Thank you. I'm gonna be napping like right here. Like, to be fair, I'm not going anywhere. Why is it not changing me back? Change me back. Why can't I change back? Why can't I change what's happening? The fun part about this is I'm not going nowhere. Now will it fix? Now it fixed. Okay. Thank you for the head pat. Just chat. I just need to recharge the shrimp radiation. I do. Well, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm just gonna I'm taking a nap right here at my desk. We're not going anywhere. Goobers. I'm not going anywhere. VOT can get tucked in too. If anybody else is tired, you're all free to take a nap with me, by the way. If you want to take a nap with me, that's totally fine. There we go. Let me just do this. Oh, I have to do the thing. I have to fix something in here, though. Stay at pose. There you go. Just move myself over a little bit. I need a pillow. I need a pillow! I gotta put on our nap time playlist. This is nap time. This is called nap time. This is where I take a 30-minute nap on stream because I can. Thank you for the cheek pat. Okay, Google, set a timer for 30 minutes. I'm literally not going anywhere, chat. I'm literally just staying right here. No. Night-night, thank you. If you want to take a nap, feel free to take a nap with me. Otherwise, I'll see you guys in 30 minutes. Because I'm tired and I need a nap. And my therapist says I should take naps. And also I need to turn my microphone because I'm now very far from my microphone. There we go. Thank you for the wellness check. I'm not drinking water. I'm going to sleep. My chair keeps like rotating away from my desk. I don't want it to. I love you guys. Have a good nap. My chair. It's rotated away again. No. I'm sorry that I keep bumping my mic. I don't mean to. I'm trying to get comfy. There we go. No, my chair keeps rotating away from the microphone. Stop, please. I can feel my chair rotating. Stop. was right about to fall asleep, Canadian. Do you hate me? Oh, I'm coming over there. You bitch. What the fuck? Do you not like me? I'm trying to take care of myself. You do this? I'm mad now. I'm gonna go try back to sleep. You son of a bitch. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I'm so sad. So sad. I just want to take it down. -5 cool points for you. Minus. Okay, Google pause timer. Okay, Google cancel timer. Yeah. Hi guys. What's up? What's up? What's Birth by Sleep? Is that a game? What kind of game is that? Sounds cool. Any game with sleep in it sounds cool to me. Good morning. I had like a brief dream about something and I forgot what it was. What was it about? It was like I forgot what it was about. Yay, she's back. I am back. Let me just sit up. What? I have to readjust my chair again. Okay. I return to the awake. Man, it still befuddles me that like me taking naps like that is actually very like it works really good. Birth by Sleep is a prequel to Kingdom of Hearts. Oh really? I did not know that. Also, there's quite a few Kingdom Hearts. I saw earlier in the chat that someone was like, I like all the Kingdom Hearts playing. It's because you guys suggested quite a few Kingdom Hearts songs to be played on here. Ain't got shit on me. I don't know what this is now. This is not the Naptime playlist anymore. Why song a kiwi? No! Okay, we'll wake up to this song. God damn it. Barney was my shit when I was a kid. You love me. We're a happy family with a... and a kiss from me to you. Won't you say you love me too? Alright, I'm awake now. Love you. You love me. We're... Oh my god! Sorry. Waking up and then screaming is not... I'm sorry. We should make... I know... Oh my god, I know what BLT needs to be for Halloween. He needs to be Barney. He gets to be Barney for... He needs to be Barney for Halloween. Oh my god. Alright. I do want to work on BLT today, though, at some point. Because he's almost done being rigged. But it left me lonely. Try to touch, but it left me slowly. I think it's this one. I'm gonna remove the sit. These ones. Found toggles. Okay. Oh my god, my eyes. Nom nom nom. Open my eyes. Moving on to the dream. I know what is love. I don't believe. Behold me tight. Alright, I wanted to download this. Alright, Canva. Did you know? Oh, my headset's on backwards. That's why it feels funny. Fun fact about... Oh, wait, I know. Did you know that animes often have... Let me think. I was like, that anime is... The anime something. Anime... that that can control your feelings. Did you know there are secrets in your favorite anime? That's what I was I'm doing a little more psyop for that one. I'm doing did you know anime often has secret frames in it that can control your feelings? That was my thought. Actually, yours packs a better punch, doesn't it? Fine, there are secrets. Open door! PM at your door. Open Welcome on in, Bazadora. How was Power Wash Simulator? How was your stream? Welcome on in, everybody. Chat, if you could go ahead and drop Bazadora a follow, that would be amazing. Welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Bazadora raid, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Long IEP, understandable. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. We literally just woke up from a nap. We literally just woke up from a 30-minute nap. I take naps on stream when I'm tired in the middle of my workday, so mood. Get that rest if you need it. But welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I got a big heart, but a little brain. Welcome on in. I hope you guys had a great stream. Right now, we're just working on some 9 hours straight. Damn, you get it, streamer. You get it, streamer. But I know the pain. I get the pain. But I hope nonetheless that you enjoyed it, that you enjoyed your stream, even if it was a long one. Definitely stretch, get water. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy our kind of vibes here as I do a little fun fact TikTok about anime impact frames. Tons of fun. I'm glad. Let's see. There are hidden secrets in your favorite anime. In your favorite animes. That's right. In often in those action-packed moments are secrets left behind by animators, even the mangaka themselves. The writer of the manga is mangaka. Small edit for the opening line. A hidden message sounds more like for opening line. A hidden message. Oh, yeah, the hidden message in your favorite animes. That sounds bad. That's not better. Often in those action-packed moments, there are secrets left behind by animators or even the mangaka themselves. Usually these small, almost once 3 to 3 second down to even a singular frame animation moments across all animes that you watch, which have packed a punch. Usually these small, almost 3 second down to even a singular frame of animation moments happen across all animes that you watch. Usually these small, almost 3 second down to even a singular frame of animation moments happen across all animes that you watch, which have happen across all animes. Happen across all happen across all animes that usually these small, almost 3 second down to a singular frame of animation moments happen across all animes that pack a punch. Animes that pack a boop. What's this? Oh, is this an example? Yeah, I'm probably just gonna do a bunch of like fighting scenes in the background is my plan. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do like some da and some probably Jujutsu Kaisen. But yeah, that's probably my plan. Usually these small, almost 3-second, down to even a singular frame of animation moments happen across all animes that pack a punch. This moment in animation is called an animation. This moment in animation in the industry is called the dap up, understandable, is called an impact frame. The guy that explained impact frame did a very good, not hidden message. Massages. A turn impact refers to a singular or series of frames in an animation sequence that is utilized to add energy to a scene. Usually these small, almost 3 seconds, usually these minute 3 seconds, usually these those are illegal. Usually these minute 3 seconds down to even a singular frame of animation moments happen across all animes that pack a punch. This moment in animation, I say animation a lot. In the industry, this is called an impact frame. Which included to exaggerate a movement, or what did they call it? Or to add energy and force to a scene. Or to add energy or force to a scene. Usually these minute, I feel like minute is spelled wrong. Another word for small. Minute. Okay. It's minute, you know? It's minute. It's just... Bleh. Usually these minute 3 seconds down to even a singular frame of animation moments happen across all animes that pack a punch. In the industry, this is called an impact frame, which is often included to exaggerate movement, or to add energy or force to a scene. Exaggerate movement. It's like read and read, yeah. Recognize these scenes. Animes you love, like Demon Slayer, One Piece, Dawn, and even... Does Umamase have one? I'm sure it does. Like, I'm, like, so sure that it does. It does, and the anime is getting part 2 this winter season. Fuck, yeah, that's cool. I want to see the impact frame. It's Musume. Fuck, dude. It's a horse anime to me. I think that right there wasn't bad. They say every One Piece episode has one. Makes sense. Animation as well. All use impact frames. This is a good video for it as well. Okay. This one's gonna go over here. This one's gonna go over here. I need this for the thingy. I need to close that. Okay. And even Uma Musume. Oh, right? It's Musume? Musume, okay. Musumi? My favorite One Piece impact rate is the One Piece and Celestial Dragon scene. I guess I'll have to find out what that is. Like, let's see. Secret impact frames. This type of technique, not only in animation, used in anime, but any animation has focus on the movement overall. Wait, there's a character in Hero X whose power is basically impact frame? Really? Hero to be Hero X impact. I was like 10 hour. Dude, this is still one of my favorite songs, man. This is still one of my favorite songs. Is it this guy? Oh shit, it is. Okay. I like that. Destiny. Those years ago that I want to know and I do not go. Flip book? What? That wasn't a diss or anything. Like it's I just don't think. No, that's valid. No, that's completely valid. No, that's completely fair. I also don't think about the song until I think about Jack Black, and then I'm like, oh. Timeline. What the fuck is it called? No. It's just a tribute. Explosion. This is a tribute. This song in the world all night. This song in the world all night. Art. Actually. Ocean to back. This is art pen. I think we're working on what's happening. I think we're working too hard with what's happening tomorrow. What's happening tomorrow? What? Well, what does that mean? Are we talking about the rapture? I hope not. I sure hope not. I'm not done yet. Search up Vincent Chassard. What's happening? Huh? When I was going, is getting raptured. We chill, dog. That's what I'm saying, you know? I do need reminders of how you say, oh, the burning pain. Listening to you harp about the Stop. Go away. download. I'm sure most of us are nice enough to be enshrined. I'm kind of cool with just staying here, you know? And shoots an arrow through my heart. Close. He's an animator? What? Is he doing something cool tomorrow? I'm not really sure where the line of conversation's happening or going right now. Be honest. This thing is so enshrined. Oh my god. No, it'll be fine for now. It's a girl to do. I'm a bit staring into. I feel like I put too much effort into this meat dimension to be worried about trying to go to another plane of existence. Oh god. What just I'm telling you today. Enter image. Did we talk about Sakuja? Duh. What? I don't think that's very dull. Waterfall. Nature, magic. Anime. Animation. Okay. Because I'm gonna use an animation overall. Won't you come wash away the pain? It's a little warm in my office right now, I feel like. Okay. The Spider-Verse has to have some impact frames, I know it. Come on, I believe. I feel like there's impact frames. Spider-Man. Spider-Verse, yeah. So I guess I could just take a spin from Spider-Verse. I remember a local band was covering this song at a big party during the last total eclipse. It was dude, that sounds sick. Clip. This one has it. Spider-Verse is great for impact frames. Let's see. If even Spider-Verse has him. One of the punchy moments that happen within the film. Oh my god. This is next week. Yeah, never mind. It's fine. Did I get that video? Video editing, TG new, T1. Spider-Verse, this one. Just want to kind of get these all downloaded so I can clean up my tabs. Do any Dragon Ball clips? I recommend the Brawly movie. That's valid. I'm probably going to start downloading clips from the thing that I download clips from. The anime clips website. And see if they have any good animes on there for it. I wonder if Kakegurui has any. I'd be very interested to see if Kakegurui has any. I wouldn't be surprised. I doubt it, but it'd be very interesting. Jujutsu Kaisen, this one. No, we should get a Demon Slayer one. Because I said Demon Slayer, right? Demon Slayer, One Piece, Don, yeah. I also recommend the Brawling. Okay, let me see if it's on here. It is on here. Cool. Demon Slayer Season 2. Does it have any clips? Jujutsu Kaisen, it doesn't really matter what episode, I just kind of want. It's pretty easy to tell in Mob Psycho when an impact frame is about to happen, to be honest. Like here. Oh shit. Oh man, it's like right before an impact frame happens. Actually, any of these bottom ones could also. Oh man. This one? Or this one? Hunter x Hunter has them too. That's valid. Hold on. I could just probably do the introduction, couldn't I? Or season 1. Okie dokie, this is good. Download it. Thank you. Video editing. Nope. To save. I think I already downloaded this. Yep. Okay, I can keep that open. Demon Slayer won't show me anything. Season 1, maybe. This one? Yep, that works. I forgot which one I just clicked on though. Shit. This one work? Top right? Oh, that one's pretty cool. Yeah, I want that one. This one. And then Dragon Ball Z Broly. Save. Let me see. Up this one. If it's blurred, it might have an impact frame. It's my rule of thumb. How about this one? Oh, my eye. How about this one? That one happened like right before. Yeah, that one's good. That one's good. That one was good. Download. Okay, Demon Slayer won't give me one, so maybe we won't do Demon Slayer. Maybe we'll do a different one in the script. Like One Piece, Dandadan, and even. Yeah, okay, so we'll do One Piece, Dandadan, and even Umamase. Umamusume. Few. Naruto is pretty famous for his motion frames, but I wouldn't call them impact frames. Yeah. Let's get a few more. I feel like Chainsaw Man probably has some. Tokyo Ghoul might have some. Be lying if I told you. Because we need roughly. How many frames of. How many videos did we need for this one? 27. Shit, do I really need that many? Not that one. Let's do the adrenaline one. 26. Ah, damn, I need 27. Fuck. Okay. That's a lot of. It's a lot of like clips for me to try to find, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine, especially with a website like this. Like we'll be bumping. Episode 3. Just clicking on random episodes, which I mean, context doesn't super matter. I don't think. Maybe Tokyo Ghoul doesn't have any. Do you have any? I did. Yeah, I did Jujutsu Kaisen. What about this one? Ooh, you know what would be a good one? Fire Force. Fire Force has probably some good impact frames. Maybe like the one right after this one. Fire Force has sound design with the impact frames. That's true. We should also do another sound thing at some point, but not. We just did a sound one, so we'll get there eventually. This one. The Chainsaw Man one refuses to load, and I don't know why. My eyeballs. I bet a lot of the reincarnation animes also have somewhat good impact frames, actually. This one looks like an impact frame, actually. It's not. Okay. I got a comedy one for you. Give me. Okay. Start function. What's this one? Season 1 has a lot of good ones. And do My Hero Academia. That's not the best part. You want me to watch the whole thing? Is it? Hold on. Hold on. In Big Top Burger, he does the same thing. The same thing. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Big Top Burger. It was in season 1. Is it this one? No, not this one. Hold on, let me do season 1. Here. At least I think. Okay, maybe he didn't. I could have sworn he did it, though. I could have sworn he did it, though. I could have sworn he suplexed it. I could have sworn he suplexed that damn thing. I could have sworn he suplexed that motherfucker. It's fine. It's not like it really matters. This one. Oh, yeah. Suddenly I'm oh my god. I'm gonna mute this site because I don't want to listen to it. It's really just for the visual. Where is it happen? Where's the impact frame? Do I have to do it later? Some stick fight impacts too? I could. I think this technically counts because some impact frames are longer than the rest, but not always. I really want one where he like kicks the demon because he does. There's a point where he kicks one of the demons. God damn it. I'm gonna have to watch this anime with oh no, look, there's one right here. Son of a bitch, but I think it's cropped because of this. Let me see. I started watching this with pixels and then I stopped because I didn't like it compared to the manga. But it seems from One Piece I'm thinking of. That's valid. We can add some more One Piece ones in here if you guys want. Because I feel like impact frames need a lot more, right? Because like it's like moments. So if you guys have more, feel free to, especially if you know the episode. Episode's kind of a big thing. Fate Grand Order probably has some. It looks like something that would have one. I didn't need to watch this anime. You could do the Benny Maru scene where he destroys the Infernal. I mean, I already have one. Doesn't. Most of them are very similar in Fire Force because of the way he kicks stuff. I think. Yeah, that works. That was... Fuck, I forgot which one that was. Is that this one? That's not this one. Fuck. Oops. Oh, it's before this. No. I made an oopsie. I lost the clip. Doing some healthy editing? No, I'm just grabbing impact frames. Oh, there it is. I'm grabbing impact frames and doing a TikTok about impact frames. Phase master classic top clean animation. Is that this one? Is that this one? Fire Force 14. Episode 14. Okay, hold on. No, come back. Fire Force. Episode 14? Season 1. Episode 14. I like using this website just because, like, very quality clips. We're getting very quality clips from this. What was it, around? Looks like it's could be this one. Man, I love this anime. This is actually a really good anime. Oh, look, I found it. Oh god, I love him. He's such a good character. I'm presuming it's after this. Oh, he's got a few ones. They do. We don't have too many of those. I'd probably find a few though. Oh, it's after this. So this one? It's probably this one. It is. It is that one. Okay. Download. So you see a bright flash or a blurry frame, you probably found an impact frame. Is my favorite thing that I'm discovering. Oh, you know what? I bet ooh, I bet 7 Deadly Sins. I can drop a few I know in the server. Yeah, if you want. Yeah, if you want. If you know the episode specifically, that helps a lot because this one has like frames from every episode of certain animes. So that'd be very helpful. But I am just skimming really hard because I'm being lazy. Because I can be. What about this one? Found one. Very cool. That one was this one. Castlevania might have some too. Oh yeah, it might. No, it wasn't that one. Was it this one? I keep forgetting which one I'm clicking. Which one did I click? Was it this one? No, it was one with the habadoo hababa habibibiboo. Is it this one? This counts, but it's gas. Okay, 1 second. I have to find that clip that I just lost. What happened to the clip that was it this one? No, it wasn't this one. What the fuck? What happened to the clip I just lost? Is it this one? No. Man, what the fuck? It was this one. Yes. God damn it. Let me see this. Also a very sketchy website, my friend. But it works. If it works, you know? Oh, this I think is the anime that Quetza showed me. Ooh, very nice. It's Quetza. It is Quetza. Very cool. Very nice. All right. How many do we have now? I think we don't have that many yet. No, we need 14 more. Undead Unluck, I bet, has some. Kaiju number 8, I bet, has some. So does Solo Leveling. So Edgerunners might also have one. I need to watch the Undead Unluck anime. I want it so bad. I want to watch it so bad because I really like Undead Unluck. It's such a good fucking It's such a good manga. If I just search the movie. That's valid, but it's okay. We downloaded anyway. If I have a virus, it's okay. I accept. I accept my fate. I really should find out what this anime is about as well. No impact frames for you. Kill a Kill. Oh, Gurren Lagann is really good. I don't know if they have Gurren Lagann on here though. I should maybe download more than one from each, huh? Baby. I don't know if Edrunners has any. Let's do. One Piece. There's one in One Piece that has 39 impact frames. Yeah, they can last longer than a singular frame, but most of the time they're just a singular frame. Post that vid showed it slowed down. Okay, hold on. Let me scroll. Beep, 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 beep. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Wait, is this it like normal? Yeah, it is. Any UFO table and anything suited, I would not doubt it, and that's valid. Yeah, because this is a relatively new site, I think. Soul Eater. Oh my God, Soul Eater, guys. Come, where are we at? We gotta do a Soul Eater one at least. I remember this. I don't know. I feel like episode 1 might have an impact frame because something that happens in the beginning. What about this? Is this an explosion? That looks like an alien. Maybe I'm wrong about this one. Oh, what about this one? Hell, even some games are doing impact frames now. ZZZ and Marvel Rivals, for example. That's true. We're just gonna focus on animation for now, though, because I'm lazy and I don't wanna. Where's that impact frame? I know it's got one. Sully is very topical for the recent death battle. What does this mean? Oh, my neck. Yay! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Great job, Kiwi. I knew you could do it. I ain't surprised. Once again. I feel like I missed the impact frame if this one had one. About this one. Well, let me grab the Dondadon one that I always use. Because I always like using the Dondadon one. Hold on. I know I have it in 14. Dangerous distractions. Actually, does this one? Oh my God, it's loud. I don't think so. This one? Yes. Don. No, look. Where is it? This one? don't know if that counts because it's not continuous, so I don't like it as much. Do these count? What's the bet command again? You just bet and then an amount. Exclamation point bet and then an amount. Oh yeah. Yeah, there you go. Or you can do slots. Yeah, or you can do slots. I think that could work. I'm starting to get lazy with them. Cause it's so many fucking clips. Most of the clips I get it go up to like 10. And this is going up to like fucking 27, man. Elaine's getting a little lazy. Oh, I see one right there as well. Lock in. I'm just bored. I'm bored of this now. I see 2 of them. I see 3 of them, but I don't want to use the ones back to back, so I'll use this one. Save. Download. There's also a chance that I actually need less of these because I want to give more time to the clip itself, but we'll find out, I guess. So later's not on here. What do you mean? Last one for me. Okie dokie. I might just like keep it here and then like see. Ooh. God damn it, Kiwi. God damn it, Kiwi. God damn you. God damn you. More than enough is better than less than enough. Yeah, I just don't know how many I have at this point. Like, I don't know if this is more than enough or not enough, you know? That's cool. That one works. How won't it let me go back? Okay, I'll just reopen it, I guess. We also do a deep dive on a lot of did you know videos. We could do, yeah, probably, but I'm lazy. I have no brain width, Kiwi. Maybe Eggy can do long form content, but I'm just one little guy. I'm just one little guy doing all my editing, all my recordings. I'm just a little guy. What more could you want from me? I'm already doing my best. Not this one. I feel like whatever happened right before this is gonna be an impact frame. Yeah, that one's good. The fact that none of you gave me pity when I tried to complain about me just being a little guy and not doing more content makes me sad. Give me more Fire Force. Ooh, what about Darling in the Franks? I might have one. Let's do 15. 4. This one. It's not about the size of the brain, it's the motion of the ocean, size of the wrinkles. I have no wrinkles. I was typing. Yeah, type faster. Faster than my sad. You gotta type faster than my needy self, Kiwi. Obviously. I'm kidding, thank you. I'm just I don't know. Very small brain right now. Ooh. Oh, that's right. Yeah, this was good. This was good. This was good. This was good. I like it. It's good. Aw, figured it was just a bit. You're doing a great, LA. You got a great, wonderful day. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just memeing. I don't mind. Me, yeah, that's me. It's me. Pokemon has some too. Man, Pokemon can fuck off. I'm kidding. I'm lazy. I don't want to look up more animes. Oh, that was cool. Don't know if that counts though. So it was a bit smooth. Oh, they look so cool. The fire demons look so fucking cool in this anime. Digimon might work better. Digimon would definitely work better. Say, AKA. Damn, big booby babies. Probably this one. Wait, no. What? It's just this one. Look at the baby. I want you to look at anime. Listen, I'm bored. I'm bored now. I've looked at all I can look at for today. Also, because I have like 2 other scripts to write. I'm a Will EP. What do I call it? Roll for Fun won't be bad. Or not Roll for Fun. Vibe and Shine won't be too bad though. It's like whatever. What is this one? No, that's just a cave. Okay. Hello, you took my cow. How you doing? Come on in. Ooh, what was this one? I feel like there's a few of them in this episode alone. It's not bad. It's like a slower one. Oh, there's one right there, actually. Hold on. I think this one would be a better one. I'm fine. How about you? I'm good. Too bad you already got your EP on. Lock in. I know. I want like an explosive moment. I like explosive moments to do impact frames with. I feel like that one was pretty good right there. This one. This one. One Punch Man. This is true. Wait, what about this one? How many do I have? I have 22. Oh. God, I love this scene. This scene right here I really like from the anime. I think the parts making me lazy is waiting for the script to load. Or not the script, the video to load. There we go. There's one. Which one was this one though? Fuck, which one was this one? Uh-oh. Yeah, it was this one. Nope, it wasn't. This one? That one works. Download. Save. Does Spin have One Punch Man? One Punch Man, it does. Okay. Pornography. I honestly think 24 will be enough. Oh, this one. No, he doesn't blast. He's just like angry. Are you sure? What about what? I'm not sure about what. There we go. Am I sure that 24 will be enough? No. So I guess I will get a few more. You get on your TV. Burn the Witch might have some. So I know that one has a bit of action in it. What about this? I think this one actually would be better. Yeah, this one's gonna be better. What is this? God damn it. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Yeah, this works. It's like a more zoomed in one. So maybe tomorrow morning I really need to work on my project more. I don't wanna. No. No. You scared me while I was sleeping, so no. It's green screen for you? What would I green screen it with? Me? I put me in it? Ooh, what about this one? Told you. Hee hee. Tee hee. You'll have to remember on your own. Blast. Give me the blast. Not blast. Not blast. I scared you. I applauded you for getting some sleep. Motherfucker. I swear to God. The next time you get fucking normal ass sleep and you feel the peace rest within your body, I hope someone claps in your ear and applauds for you to finally getting some rest, and then you can come back to me and be like, oh Elaine, someone clapped in my fucking ear while I was trying to sleep. Burn the Witches in the One Piece what really? Is in the Bleach universe? I can see it in the animation. I can kind of see it. In the animation, I can kind of see it. Ooh, what about Overlord? Overlord is not found. Is it 2 words? Isn't that what it's called? Okay, maybe not. I don't think that one's on the free version yet. Let's just do more Jujutsu Kaisen ones. I'm lazy. Episode 16. This is the one I was on earlier. My brain doesn't let me sleep at night anyways. I get close, but it's like, oh, I remember thinking about that for an hour. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know that? You know that feeling? I hope you get that tonight. I hope every time you're about to fall asleep, that happens. Because that was mean. That was very mean of you. To applaud me, to scare me. You know, I know that you asked if we had an air horn sound effect before you did the applaud sound effect, right? You can't hide from me. My Hero Academia does have some. But you know I know this, right? You know I could see chat. I was falling asleep, but I could see chat when you did that. You know this, right? You can't hide behind kindness when I know you were scheming. You publicly schemed. In front of my own face. This guy, chat, this guy try to be like, oh, I was just applauding you. I was just trying to praise you for a good job. Shut the fuck up. That's the only time I'll ever be mad at someone is when I'm not hiding. I asked if we had an air horn to scare you, but when we didn't, I applauded you for your rest. You know it would scare me though, you bitch. You know. You knew. And I know you knew. And I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna shove a metal rod up your ass the moment you feel relaxed, and then we'll see how great you feel. Elaine's about to fight. I trusted you guys with my eep. You know what? You know what? No more nap streams. No more nap streams. Easy. I'll just end stream instead. I won't. But instead, we'll just go on a BRB. No more naps with Elaine. Since someone doesn't want to fess up, no more naps on stream. Who's selling the tickets to the pit? I want to see the fight. The fight. You know, some people are getting into polls into their... Are you? Are you one of those? I sure fucking hope so. I'm gonna be honest. I sure fucking hope so at this point. You did nothing wrong. Let's just take some obvious ones. Let's go with My Hero Academia. I'm lazy. That's it. That's it. No more nap streams for chat because someone doesn't want to fess up. No more. And you know what? You know what? To add the cherry on top, no more Gamba. No more Gamba. You know what? This is what you get. No more Gamba either. I like sassy Elaine. Oh, I'm not being sassy. I'm being cranky. This is cranky Elaine. No more Gamba. No more Gamba. No more Gamba ever. No more Gamba for you guys ever. We'll never open stream avatars again. Is this an impact frame? When do impact frames happen in My Hero Academia? Is this one? I don't know if that is one. Is this one? No. No more naps, no more gambling. This is my first time taking a stream. Chat, this is so sad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Usually, we're one united family here. But because one person doesn't want to fess up, everybody gets punished because we're a family in this, you know? We're a family in this mentality. And, like, one person fucks up, everybody gets punished. It's like communism, I think. I think that's how communism works. It's okay, Parzival. She'll give it back. I better know I won't. I'll literally uninstall it. Do we want to verify? Shall we verify that I never open stream avatars again? I'll just uninstall it. Easy. What the fuck? Where are they? Oh wait, there's one. There's one right here. That's collective punishment. That's what the military does. Yeah, close enough. I guess. I don't really know. I just want Canadian to say they're sorry for scaring me. Because I really don't like being scared. Getting scared is not my thing. At every sports team. Yeah. Ooh, this is a good one, Kiwi. I like this one. I should watch Castlevania. Okay, that should be enough. I didn't even finish the script. Boom. Bam. Bop. Your brain cell has come. Form you on. Really packs a punch. In anime. That just startle you, not scare you? Is there a difference? I don't think I have that level. I think I just get scared. Sorry, I went away. The naps are over now. No, Canadian said sorry. The naps can come back and so can stream avatars. There you go. I'm a very simple girl. This type of technique is not only in anime, but any animation that focuses on it. If you look closely, even Spider-Verse has impacting for a lot of the punchy moments happen within that film. So if you're planning seeing that last minute screening of the Demon Slayer movie, just snuggle in this weekend. Favorite action. See how many. Lane's only response is a screaming hamster. On God! If I get scared, the only thing you get is a screaming hamster. PTSD immediately. I don't get startled, I get scared. Also, it's a little bit warm in here. It's a bit warm in here. I gotta get my fan. I'll be right back. Ow. Ow. I scraped my foot with the fan. I don't know how I did that, but oh no! Mayday, mayday, dropped my water bottle on the floor. It's wet. Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine. I have a towel. It's fine. Everything's fine. No, I got startled and now my whole feng shui is off. I was still quaky about being startled during my nap. I'm still on it, and I also scratched my foot. Look at it. I fucked up my foot. With the fan, I scraped my foot, and now it's bleeding. My foot goes to get a fucking simple standing fan, spills fucking half of my water bottle, and now my foot's bleeding. So how's chat doing? How are you guys doing, chat? Holy shit. My foot. Why did you do that? With the bottom of the... I'm okay. I'm sorry, I ruined your feng shui. Yeah, my feng shui, man. It's okay. I forgive you. I love you. It's okay, Canadian. This is so sad. What a series of unfortunate. I know.
Guys, I come in here and she's standing. There's water spilling on the floor, and her foot's bleeding. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Brought to you by Big Heart and Little Brain. I'm doing good. I'm playing Stardew Valley while listening to stream. Oh shit! Fuck yeah. Well, I'm near about ready to submit my work. Oh shit! Is that the shit that is that the work you were working on earlier with the math? The math? Thanks. What? Pity me.
Listen.
Pity me. Pity me. It's like a hamster getting.
I don't know how you manage that.
I picked this up,
With
and
your
then
foot.
no, I picked it up with my hand. And then I like swung it while I was walking backwards, and my foot and it met, and it scraped me.
It's a pretty nasty scrape. Be careful with that in the future. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, good job.
Why aren't you pitying me?
so
I'm like a hamster. Well, I'm off to bed. Got a test tomorrow. Good night, bunk. I'm ready for the good night. Well, yeah, the math that was not rounding, but is math. Understandable. Thanks. Parzival, would you say the cooking system is an important system in a farming game? Ooh, perfect person to ask. Troy walking in on his own apartment on fire vibes. Smile. Yeah. I'm back in my chair now. I almost pinched my finger in my chair. All right. We're good now. We're great now. Sometimes for sure, I like being able to cook certain foods in order to get stats up for. Yeah, like buffs from food. Okay, we're good. My foot kind of hurts a little bit. I'm okay. Also, Kiwi, I just want to say that even though YouTube is behind on the videos, this 5 fall facts is lining up perfectly. I feel, in my personal opinion, with the timing of TikToks and timing of YouTube. As long as it's useful and makes you feel like it's worth pursuing, then it's a good system. Upload this one. My fan's up too high. There you go. As long as it's not tedious, I love crafting mechanics in games. There's something nice about making my own things, even if it's just cosmetic. That's why I have so many cooking mods in Minecraft. Okay, 2 more squips. 2 more squips. We're doing Project Winter for this one. Okay. And then Vibe and Shine I'll do last, since that one is dependent on content that I pick. Again and again. That's happening. I have no idea that when your stuff goes up on YouTube. She's like, she's like, a tragedy has happened here. I must sit. So my schedule for uploading TikToks, Kiwi, if you're ever curious, is this. It's right below the TikTok posting schedule. Right below it says YouTube, and that's whatever's going up that week. Should I maybe streamline it so all of them are like 3 week behind? Probably. Am I lazy and I'm not going to? Probably as well. Project Winter. Oh, have you seen that and wondered what that was for? Cause that's what that's for. Oh, so rain as it's falling down. A pet? A pet? I have a pet named Moiwa. She's the little cat, the black cat that you see on screen. You're honestly the only creator I know who staggers them. Yeah, Nikki, my old manager, told me that technically, if you post them all at the same time, the views will cannibalize themselves. So that's why I'm doing it. But eventually, I'll probably become big enough that it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, I think. So we'll get there eventually. That's better. That's bigger. And then copy image. I wish this was like not horizontal like this. I wish it was vertical, but that's okay. Not my game, not my engine. Not my hamster, not my microwave. 46. Save image as. We didn't know take this move, start a wave, and they remember that for a long time. I should not on a cosine. So this emotion channels kept a backlog. Most of them keep a backlog, but in the way that like they're probably doing a week. They have content for a week ahead of time. I guess she probably knows more than me, but in my mind, the audiences are different, so they won't necessarily impact each other. I don't know. I just followed whatever Nikki said. Like, I don't know. I just followed whatever he said. I don't know if it's still the case. Oh, his name is Stealth Shampoo. But I don't know. I don't know. He's the guy with the big views on me. Yeah. It's all just content creator versus yeah. Should be good. Yeah, it's on the second page. Rather than vomiting everything you have at once. Yeah. Can be a little tough, but you know, it's not the worst. Oh, my foot. My foot hurts. Crumble, break down walls like Jericho crumble. Project. This one. Jericho walls come down. This is really backlog. It's staggering the same post on different platforms. Yeah. Okay, this should work. It's 47 seconds, so. Hi, Andrea. How are you? Welcome on in, my dear. I hope you are doing well. I hope you had a good weekend. Project Winter official trailer, this one. No. I'm good. That's good. I'm glad. How long is this trailer? 31 God damn, they really have me fiending for content here. This may be... It is the goat. Oh, he's up to something. That would even be the audience cannibalizing. Because, like, if you see it all at once, you'll probably have the same... You probably have... Majority of the people that are seeing it are the people that are following you, not really the FYP page unless it's TikTok. So... Shrug. Okay. Let's go down here. The ultimate test of trust. Do your friends have your back, or will they leave you bleeding in the snow? I like that. I like these. A lot of these are pretty good. That's the wrong one. Let's get another stand in the frozen wilderness. See who's knocking at my gate, baby, no money. Let's see. 1, 2. When does the Steam sale end on this? Ends September 29th. It'll end before we post it. Damn. So like rather than posting it on all platforms, the posts are spaced out from platform. Yeah. I need to stop talking about posting strategy. I just finished a 3,000 word script about it today. I mean, it's valid. It's like on your mind. How y'all doing? Pretty good. A little EP bum, okay. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who we appreciate? That's baby, no money. Bro, for fun. Let's see, episode 46. The ultimate test of survival is an 8-person multiplayer game of survival and social deception where cooperation is essential but betrayal is inevitable. Stranded in the frozen wilderness, survivors must gather resources, repair objects, and fight the elements to escape. But hidden among them are traitors working together to sabotage, mislead, and eliminate their so-called allies. No two matches are ever the same, whether you're chopping firewood with allies whispering over secret radios as a traitor, or panicking when a sudden blizzard forces everyone together. The tension builds with every decision. I also got a Shork onesie. Let's go! I can't wait for it to arrive either. Project Winter is full of lies and deceit, but co-op game isn't at this point. The most hilarious moments. Project Winter co-op. Winter. Out now on Steam. A new Cabin Fever, was it called? Cabin Fever. Was it a Cabin Fever 2.0? Or was it just a cabin with a new Cabin Fever update? What's the Cabin Fever update do? Game mode with no features, streamlined and intense. The new campaign, which adds new features, streamlined assessor, which adds nice. Okay. Edit label. Change cover. All right, vibe and shine time. Yes. File open. This one. Happy dog. This one. This goes in here. This one can go over here. Sheep, frog. Let's do this song and then the sheep and the frog. No, let's do frog, balloon animal, sprinkle of candy. Yeah. Road, take me home to a place I belong. West Virginia, country mama. A place I belong. Yeah, frog, hashtag toad. I think he's actually a toad. It says frog, okay. It'd be hashtag frog. Hashtag erasers. Hashtag music. Hashtag dude. There. Well, we'll cover all the bases. The balloon animals. I can't download it, fuck. Take me to the beach. This one. I fucked this up. This one. I've got to take screenshots of everything. No. Oops. It's not bad. And then I really need to buy a plug. I want to take a bath. But oh, and one that catches hair. That's valid. They're pretty cheap. You could also get a kitchen sink one. The kitchen sink one would probably work too if you wanted. Did I take a picture of the balloon animal? I don't know if I did. Actually, I kind of want to start over because I want to see the pack. What? Okay, it won't let me go to the beginning. I just keep forgetting. No, that's valid. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, my foot. Ow. Sorry. Take me to the I don't want no friends. 23. 105. There you go. In the game, trying to think of thunder. You know what? Me hurting my foot is probably karma for getting mad at chat, if I'm honest. Cries internally. Oh, God, is up or get up the motor. Pop, I ain't talking soda. Get up my motive. You know what's good? You'll get off the sofa. Don't you hear that? Don't you hear that? Get away with you. Vibe and shine. 39 save. TikTok feed. Take me home. Wait. TikTok feed. Take me home to the FYP that I know. Just kidding. Sorry. This little cowboy got me in the mood for some. You're looking at me very awkward. Were you not expecting me to look at you? I always acknowledge you when you talk to me. I don't know why. My cat meowed at me and I gave her attention and she's like, What? Why are you looking at me? Singing. Also, how is this frog this big? Like he's the size of my face? Respectfully, what are you feeding them? Okay. Hopefully they aren't eating these though. 'Cause they're erasers. Though they do be looking rather tasty. Kind of look like gummy candy. But they're actually just cute little balloon animal erasers that you can get at Target for only $1. What a steal. But in case you do want a treat this week, let your ears be be blessed. Wonderful sound of this user's. Is it a kalimba? I forgot what it's called. Is it a kalimba? It's like a large kalimba, I think. A rimba? Is it a rimba? A rimba? Yes, it is. Users, a rimba. But in case you do want a sweet treat this week, let your ears be blessed by the wonderful sound of this TikTok user's rimba. So magical. Like all my worries just melting away. Colette on a hot day. Done with these days. Alright. Here stay. Okay. On your way out now. Being a silly goober is my profession. I'm retreating, you guys. For hope, put a pep in your step. Cool. Okay. Edit labels. And titles. Upload a cover. From the can over to this one and get these. That's not your ends. The dates. Saturday save. Edit dates. There's 27th. Tuesday. It's like an eternity. Here with me. Edit dates. What? What am I doing? Save. Yeah. Guess what games comes out next month? I don't know what game comes out next month. Battlefield 6? I think Battlefield 6 comes out next month. I think. Dispatch? What's that? Oh, that's the one where you have to play as the person that, like, does the superhero things, right? Thank you for the wellness check. That's the game where, like, you're, like, the dispatcher of superheroes. I am intrigued. Alright. Do I want to take a break before I... Yep, it's a Telltale game? I thought Telltale games got... I thought Telltale game got dead. I thought it was dead. I thought it died. I thought it died. I thought it died. Oh, I guess it, like, died in 2018, but got bought by someone else? Telltale Games got revived by LCG Entertainment in August 2019 after the original company shut down and sold off its asset in late 2018. Huh. Not what I was expecting. Experience. I'm not seeing Dispatch on here. I remember they were bankrupt or something and then they came back. What the fuck? What do you mean, Critical Role? Is Ad Hoc by Critical Role? I think it might be the team from Tit. Let's look them up. Matt Mercer is in it. Makes sense. Ed Hocla. About. Ad Hoc is an independent game studio from, veterans from Telltale Games, Ubisoft and Knights. Yeah, okay. Is an independent game developer founded by an award-winning creative team established in 2018 by industry veterans from Telltale Games, Ubisoft, and Night School Studio. The diverse and growing team. What jobs do they got? You got any jobs I could apply for? Check back. Oh. They're not looking for nobody. That's cool. They have a list of voice credits at the end of the trailer. Oh, yeah. I remember them having, like, a lot of, like, prolific voice actors. But that makes sense, a Critical Role. Because Matt Mercer, Matt Mercer's, almost like producer company would be Critical Role. So anything that Matt Mercer's in would be branded by Critical Role at that point. That makes sense. When you've never... I think I want to go to the bathroom. I think I need to go to the bathroom really quick. What are we gonna do after, though? Let me redo my face tracking because it's off. Okay. Let me look at BLT really quick, and then I'll go to the bathroom, and then decide. Because I don't know if I want to record scripts right away, or if I want to... I will in 2 seconds. I love that every time that I say that, at least one person is like, go piss, girl. That makes me so happy. On God, that makes me so happy. Okay, how is he looking so far? I think it's just his head that's working. Oh, shit, sandwiches? Let's go. Got sandwiches for dinner. Oh. I want to make him a Barney outfit. Barney onesie. I might take a... These are terrifying. These are fucking terrifying. Bro, these are scary. This is cute, though. We'll think of something. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And then... Yeah, I think I'll sketch up something for BLT for Halloween. And then we'll be back. Vice versa order. Alright, I'm back. Oh, hi Mew. Thank you for the lurk. Alright. We're back. I have to do some... Oh shit. Is Aaron Paul in it? God damn. Jacksepticeye? Moist Critical, what the fuck? Travis Willingham and Laura Bailey? Cute. Matt Mercer. Young Gravy is crazy. Welcome back. Thank you. Okay, I need to do math really quick. Where is the blind box? So I bought the blind box. We can't use it yet because I haven't done the thing for it yet. But I need to do math really quick so I can do it because I realize I have a really good idea. Thank you so much. Thank you, Parzival, for the welcome back. I have to reopen it. Tools. Read me. This needs to go in here. Okay. So I already have it set up in Stream Elements. I have to do the art for it, but I'm thinking every month we will have we'll have a new blind box set. So unfortunately, it will reset the progress of how many you have, and it'll just be a monthly thing that we do here because I think it'll be fun. But I'm trying to decide how many we do because there's math, and I don't know how to do the math. So I'm thinking, hold on. I need a MS Paint. I'm thinking, right? Also, let's not blind ourselves, shall we? That's gonna piss me off. Hold on. Okay, there you go. Okay, so if we want, I'm thinking 4 common. What are the blind boxes exactly? There'll be redeems. There'll be a channel point redeem. I'm thinking that'll be a good one. Where you can, hold on, I can do a test of it. Hold on. Where you can redeem channel points to redeem, not this, obviously. But it will be milk beans, custom milk beans. So each pack will have 4 common, 4 something. Is it 4? Should I do 4? I don't know if I should do 4. Or if I should do 3. You can have a max of 25. But I don't think I want to do 25 every month. I don't have the box on screen. Hold on, wait. Box. Here's the box. Okay, here's the box. We have to re-upload the box image. So I'm thinking like, okay, this person has what, 9, 8. We could do maybe like 3 per. I want to have like 3 tiers, I think. Maybe like that's the play. Oh my god, go away. So like we'd have common and then rare. I'm thinking like another set, like legendary. 3, and then like 1 more. I think 12, so you can do yearly seasons. 3, 3, 3. I think 12, so you can do yearly seasons. Yearly, wait, what does yearly seasons mean? 3 common, uncommon, 3 rare, super rare. 3 rare, 3. Okay, so okay, no, I see. Cause this would be like once a month I do 12 of them. And the thing is, so I think the commons would go with the month. So the commons go with like the month. So this is October, so we'd have like a pumpkin one, a zombie one, and then maybe like another one. And then the rares would be something else. Thank you, Kiwi. The rares would be like another, maybe like special one. And then legendaries. Oh, maybe not. Maybe, okay, wait, maybe I want to change this. I can't think of that many things. I think I'd rather do, but in doing a shorter time frame. How so? So we do legendary. Okay, and the legendary are 4, so it'd be 4 VTubers. The legendaries are VTubers that go with the theme of that month. So like for this month, it would be stream avatars. It would be like Halky, Nikto. Who else is spooky? We maybe have to think of 2 more spooky people. I think Halky goes with Halloween, and I think Nikto. We could do like Gordy and someone else. I was thinking of only changing the design every year. Oh, that's valid. I think it's just because I want to change them out more, you know? Because I think that might be fun to make a limited time thing where it's like, oh, you only get this one, you only get this one, you know? Yeah, and then we can do 4, which would be like, oh, but this is hard. If it's like months, it's not, if it's not, I like the months of it. Yeah, I feel like it'd be fine. Like legendaries will be VTubers. Maybe I should do less than 12. Maybe I should do 8. Wait. Because I think legendaries, there should be less legendaries than other ones. So maybe like 2 legendaries, right? And then rare and commons and rares. We could have like 3 commons. The number doesn't really matter, I feel like. Maybe like 3 rares. I just don't know what classifies as a rare. Like what? Because like doing... Because the commons would be seasonal. And then legendaries would be VTubers. But then what is the classification for rare? Or we dumb it down a little more for Elaine, right? And instead we do... Oh, fuck. I really don't like writing in MS Paint. Or it could be like your interests. like a shrimp one. Like a shrimp one. And like we do like like memes. We could do like meme ones. Maybe mascots. Mascots like how? Mascots like my mascots? Because the problem is that would be hard to change every month. And then, so the thing is, right, if you got one of these, wait, my idea was that if you collected all, that might be a little hard. So what if a lot of people, I was gonna say if you collect all of them, you get a custom one, but maybe that's a little hard. Maybe that should be like a separate thing. You know, like at like the 100K points, you can redeem one and you'll be in the next VTuber badge. I don't know. I'll think about that one. But my favorite number is 6. So what if? Fuck. What if instead of rares, we did 4 commons and 2 legendaries? Because then on the box, it would look like this. As long as we have a way to show off our collection. The thing is, you'd have to like screenshot it. Like every month, you'd have to screenshot them. Like once you collect them all, you'd have to screenshot it and be like, I got all of them. Because I don't think there's a way, because once I turn it off, there's no way to get them back. Because I like the idea of seasonal. So they did 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Okay, wait, no, I have a better idea. Elaine's got it. Elaine's got an idea. Okay. So these ones, the rare ones, are seasonal. These ones will be like basic beans. Like super basic ones. I don't know. Maybe they'll be based around me or something. Like there's a me bean, there's a So-young bean, a BLT bean, and a Moira bean or something. Right? Those are the super basic ones. And then the legendary ones are VTubers. And then that way these two will get changed out all the time. And then these ones can stay the same. And then that way, like, maybe I won't have to I don't know how it would work. Because I'd have to, I think no matter what, I'd have to reset it monthly. Winnebago. Okay, but I still have to do the math. A 12 plushies and a secret one. This means a regular plushie has a 1 out of 8 chance. How do they get 1 out of 8? I have made each plushie 12 and a secret one 1. Wait, I have included 8 plushies of different colors. You can upload your own images if you want, but the box will always have the same image unless you change it more below on that. You can upload up to 25, just leave the image slot blank if you don't want one of them. You can choose the name of each plushie and their weight. The more weight a plushie has, the more likely it is to be drawn. By default, I made each plushie 12 and a secret one, and a secret one 1. This means regular plushies have a 1 out of 8 chance to be drawn by someone, while the rare one has 1 out of 72 chance. Beware that changing an image or text still means that the user will own it in the collection if you have already... Yeah. So unfortunately, you guys are just gonna have to screenshot it, I think. Cooldown. I'm gonna make the cooldown like 10 seconds. Elena is confused. 12. But why does 12... Why does making the value 12 make it 1 out of 8? I don't understand. I have 12 plushies, so wait. The special one, is that 15? No. That would be the 9th one. 100 divided by 12? 100 divided by 12? This makes no sense. 1/8 is 12. Damn, the fuck? That's very... Okay, so if we have... We also have 8. But we only have 6. Wait. So wait, then how do I do... So commons would be... 12 out of 100 is 8. So 8 out of 100 equals 100 divided by 8 is 12. So make it like 13. Right? And then... What is the extension called? It's called Monkey Blind Box. It's this. I just don't understand how to do math. They have more information on it? How rare do you want the stuff to drop? So I want basic to be very, very common. Very common. Like, you will likely get it maybe like, I don't know, 75% of the time. And then I want this one to be like, the rare to be like 25. So this is 75. And this to be 25. And this to drop like, is 10% fair? 15? Nah, 10. I want them to be like rare, you know? Because they're legends. They're special. I hope that makes sense. Oh, hey, Chiller. Oh, you spawned over there. Hold on. Okay. I hope that's fair. I don't know how fair that is. But yeah, that I think is my plan. I think. So I don't know what kind of math that would be. If anybody could help me out, that would be fucking amazing. Because I can't do math. I'm stupid. Here, I can keep this up on screen if that helps. I can write over 75, 25, and 10. Oh, my head is in the way. God damn it. But that's the number. 75, 25, 10. Wait, does it have to equal 100? Does this have to equal 100? Because if so, I fucked up the math. Because this would equal like 95. That would be like 95. I don't know if it's supposed to equal 100 or not. I do kind of want to design that. Can you open the document? This one? Oh wait, hold on. It's like cropped. There you go. I think the odds were based on the number of variations. I don't know, man. I don't know. You can choose the name of each plushie and their weight. The more weight it has, the more likely it is to be drawn. By default, I made each plushie 12 and a secret 1. This means a regular plushie has a 1 out of 8 chance to be drawn, while someone that's rare has a 1 out of 72 chance. So is it out of 72 then? 12 divided 72. That doesn't make sense. Divided by 12. 6. I don't know what I just did there. I don't think that mathed. It's out of 100. Because 100 out of 72 is 1.3. Oh. Wait. Is it asking for weights? Yeah. Because I can't explain that? Yeah, it's like a weight. So like... Shit, hold on. Let me zoom in. So it's like... 12 out of 100 equals... Wait. Like x over 8. Should be 100 x 12 times 8. 12 times 8 is 96, you said? X equals divided by 100. What the fuck? 96 divided by 2, 48. Which equals 48 over 50. Which equals 24. Your weights don't add up to 100. Your chance of hitting the thing is the weight divided by the total weight of all options. Okay. So it would be 12. If 12 is the default, right? So it's like this. 12 and the secret to 1. Because... So we have option A with weight 10, option B with weight 10, and option C with weight 20. A has a 25% chance, B has a 25% chance, and C has a 50% chance. Hi, wife. I'm trying to do math. And I think everyone in chat understands the math but me. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so wait, so if so the chance of the weight is divided by the total weight of all options. Total weight of all options. So if there's, so that means there's, I cannot, it's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7, 8. 8. So it's like the average. So 12 times 7, yeah, plus, wait, 64. Wait, where'd 64 come from? I think I'm getting close, but I'm not, I'm not mathing. Cause 8 bases with 8 colors is 64 options. It's only 8, it's only 8 colors though. It's only like 8, it's, I don't think there's not 64 options. There's, in total, 8. 8 in total. Read the top of that section. I've included 8 plushies of 8 different colors. You can upload your own images if you want, but the box will always have the same visual unless you change it. You can upload up to 25 plushies. Just leave the image slide if you don't want one of them. Yeah, 8 plushies of different colors. 8 plushies. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, okay. I just wanted to be sure I didn't misread that. It's only 8. So yeah, so it would be 12 times 7 equals 84. Plus 1 is 85, which equals 85. So that's the total. And now, if it's 12 divided by 85, is that 1/8? 1 divided by 8. Shit. Close? Math is so hard. I think the secret one has a bonus, so it should be 12 times 8 plus 1. 12 times 8. It would be 97 divided by 12. Wait, didn't say no. Someone said no, 96. It's 12 times. I think I'm stupid. PEMDAS. How many plushes are you gonna have in total? 8. There's gonna be 8. So it would be, I'll have 8 in total, but wait. Oh, wait. Math is mathing. Wait, math is mathing. This number would actually be 7. So wait, hold on. Is 12 a constant? Is 12 a constant? Okay, anywho, I will have 3 normals, 3 rares, and then 2 commons? Or 2 legendaries? Yes, 3, 3, and 2. So in total, that will be 8. So I think it's still out of 96, isn't it? 96. And then whatever x equal, okay, wait, okay. 6 equals 1 out of 1 out of like 25 would make it 75% of the time. So 25x divided by 96, I think. 3. So this would be like 4. And then want a 25% chance, so it would be 75 divided by 90. Oh, I think I did that wrong. I hate calculators. 90 divided, no, 96 divided by 75 is 1. What percentage do you want each tier to be? This 75% of the time for common, and then rare, and then legendary. So wouldn't it be like 75 over 96? 25 over 96? Well, then 10 over 96? Wouldn't it just be that? I don't know how they got to 72 unless they did 6 for some reason instead of 8. There's more than has, so I might need adjustment. Okay, no problem. I can adjust. So, oh, okay. We're just gonna, okay, no, we'll just make it smaller. Okay, so, we're gonna do 70, 20, 10. So this would be 7 out of 10, 2 out of 10, and the 1 out of 10. So this one would still be 1, 5, 7 divided. I feel like I did that wrong. Do 75, 25. Okay. Okay, fine. You're at 105? What do you mean? This is 30. And this makes 100. 20 plus 10 is 30, and 30 plus 70 is 100. That's math. I'm pretty sure that's math. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, use these as your weights. Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay. So, okay. So the commons would be 70, and then the rares would be 20, and then the legendaries would be 10. One sec, I'm calculating. Take your time. Take your time. My brain doesn't get it either, because this, I think, would be 1. I think. So it would be 1 out of 10. It would be 2 out of 10. No. Yeah, it would be 2 out of 10, because you're dividing by 10. And 7 out of 10. I'm going with 8 like the example, but I'm having 3 tiers instead of 2. So they only had 2 tiers. I am having 3. Which is the problem, I guess. I don't know why they use 12. I feel like 12 doesn't exactly make sense. There's 3 common, 3 rare, and 2 legendaries. But I don't know if I don't think that number matters. Okay. 35 for common. Wait, wouldn't it be 70 over 20? Wouldn't it be 70 over 3, 20 over 3, and 10 over 2 instead? Because there's 3 common. So 70 because you have 2 common. No, I have 3 commons. Opposite. 3 commons, 2 legendary. So that's the math. So oh, that makes sense. I'm glad I never have to do this again. 23, And then you said 20, so that's 6.66. So we'll do like 7. And then 3. I think. So that this would be the end numbers. Math is hard. Math is so hard. I don't like math. 10 out of 2 is 5. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, sorry. What the fuck? What the fuck? Sorry. I don't know where I got the number I got from. Smile. Math is hard. Math is so scarily hard. I guess it's because we don't get the equation. I think your brain got stuck on 3333. Oh, yes, it did, because it was, yeah, I got the numbers mixed up. Yep, okay. We're good now. Good lord. That was spicily hard. Why was that so hard? Hi, what's up? Okay, I want to do this really quick, and then I'll do things. Because I still have to make the Halloween ones. Thank you, Gore, for the help. I'm sorry that I'm a little silly. But no, my funny number is gone. Oh, I'm sorry, Quecha. Say you blind. Ooh, wife is almost at the funny number. I am running from you. Oh, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wife wanted. Of course I do. Guess I need to go to the second phone number. You do. Wait, I have a. Wait, what? Wait, does this not have the blank? It's not come with the blank? Huh? It's half to 420. Let's go. Jump to present. Yo, I love the tail, Mew. I love the tail. Currently struggling finding missing files for my OBS. Oh, unfortunate. I'm sorry. Did they not make a blank version of this box? What? What? Does it not come with a clear box? I don't understand. Thank you for the song request. I'm confused. Did they not have a blank version of this? Hey, Lane, guess what? What's up? What? I'm so confused. Oh, did they have it on VGen? May or may not have gotten a streamer into the. Fuck yeah. Viewers and a customer was at your own plushies. But I'm confused. I'm confused. Is the box not blank? I got a message, Gob. I'm setting plugin from the deck. Have a good lunch. Have good lunch. Yours come with a blank. Did it not come with a blank box template? So that's crazy if it didn't. Unless I'm looking in the wrong folder. Scans. Did it not come with the blank version? Because I don't really want to make the box right now. I mean, the box illustration is it's like fine. I just was gonna use the one that they made. Like I can make my own. I'm just lazy. That's fine. If that's the case, I'll just set this file up so I can make it. Bonk. It's fine. We can make our own custom text if that's the case. Save as. Real on being lazy. I thought it came with a template, but it's fine. Box design. God, well, cow, yeah, it's so young. It said that you can replace the images. Yeah, you can replace them, but the thing is, the base isn't like I thought that like they were layered, you know, like they had a layered version where you could turn all the little the monkukus off, and then just put your own. But that's not the case. That makes me kind of sad, but it's fine because we'll get to it. I promise, because I want to do it for Halloween. But oh, I gotta write this down. Hold on. Check the link I sent you. Free Labubu box template. Oh my god. This is just like a box template though. It's just 2 images. For this, it's just 2 images. I just didn't want to have to recreate it, like all the UI elements. Like I didn't want to have to recreate the stars and the thingy, the like side. I just didn't want to because I'm lazy. Wait, let me test the animation. Does that line up? It doesn't. See, it's just it's 2 panels. You can't edit the other sides of it. I just realized the box has to be white. Wait. Where's Gob? Gob did this as well. I want to see Gob's stuff. Oh, did he put it on Twitter? He might have put it on Twitter. It is white. Oh, it looks like he did make his own. Son of a bitch. I did not expect that. I didn't expect that. That's okay. It's not that big of a deal. I just have to how did you change the background animation? Oh, okay. Open editor. Light beam star 1 beam background effect. You know, the white, I think the white's fine. I don't think I have to make it yellow. I think it's okay. Because because Gob made the background on his green, I think. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe it is just white. Okay. 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 Okay, I have to add this. I have to make a to-do list, like, before October. Why were you looking up Barney? Oh, we're gonna make a little onesie dino Barney suit for BLT for Halloween. Get done before October. BLT new live 2D. BLT Halloween. Blind box. Blind box beans. I have to make how many now? I have to make 6 of them. 6 because I think no I'm gonna make all 8. I don't know. Should I make... I'm conflicted on if I want Halky and Nikto to be the Halloween ones. I think I do. It's so hard because I kind of like want to do more of them. Like, what if I wanted to do a Pumpkin King one? I think that would be really cool, but I think that could go in seasonal. Common, rare, legendary. It says the collections are persistent, so I think there might be a toggle on a design if it is not included. It says collections are persistent, so I think there might not be a toggle on if a design is included or not. You can change the special seasonal. Yeah, because the rares are going to be seasonal. So I was going to make that one like maybe like the Pumpkin Kings and stuff. And then basic. And then the legendaries are going to be VTubers because I thought that would be cool. Okay, which do we like more? Rares being VTubers or rare being seasonals? Because if the seasonal ones are the legendary ones, then we could do like bigger, like scarier ones. Like we could do the Pumpkin King and like the Pumpkin King Bean and I don't know. I can't think of another one. I think I kind of like a seasonal being a legendary. Okay. And then, cause then I feel that like changing the VTubers to be monthly, like rare VTubers don't have to be seasonal. It makes me feel like rare VTubers don't have to be seasonal. Remember when I can drop $500,000 to buy? It'll be a daily thing that you can redeem for like, I don't know, X amount. I don't know. Okay, so the weight of this one needs to be 23. The VTubers one, I also like having 3 VTubers per season. I think that's nicer. This needs to be 7. And this needs to be 5. There we go. Now I can remember that. Yeah, I like that so much more. Okay. No, don't save. Go away. Okay, so I have to make... Because the VTuber ones are not even pay to win. Gamba tragic. 1 Gamba. Yeah, we're not pay to win. So 3 times common, 3 times rare, and 2 times legendary. What else is like a cool Halloween one though? I think Pumpkin Cool is pretty good. I'll have to think about it. Blind box beans. So that's 5. I have to make 5 of them because the VTuber ones I already have. And then I might have to do like a monthly one. Like instead of this being a Minecraft, like being this big, I have to do like a duplicate one. Hi. Hello, Condemned. How are you doing? Fuck. Boop. I think... Is this as low as I want it to go? And then monthly... Blind box creation. Oh! Rare. 3 legendary. 2. Get your hand off my penis. Oh, I made the starting kit, Pog. This is democracy manifest. I saw a review that had 3 boxes on at the same time. We could do seasons. Oh my god, so smart. Oh my god, wait, Kiwi, you're activating a brain cell. Holy shit. Yeah, because we oh, wah, wah. Oh, wah, wah, wah. Kiwi is blowing my mind. I got an idea now. Okay, so this would be the season 1 or set 1. Oh no, season 1. Blind box. There we go. Yes. Blind box. Yes. A brain cell. Yes, opening. And then what is this thing? Is it am I stairs? Oh god. How do I check? Set 1 makes more sense. Okay, blind box. Set 1. It's more likely than you think. But is there a way to, like, have it so you can check? This link for stream elements and follow instructions. Because, like... Oh, what I could probably do? Oh, I'm trying to think. Is like, so with set 1, essentially what would happen is that after the season is over, I will do an exclamation point, like blind box season 1, like BBS, like set 1, and then I'll turn all of the rewards to 0. So you can't get them anymore, but at the very least, it'll show what you have, maybe. Maybe that'll work. I feel like that would make sense. That makes sense to my brain. Okay. Set up the outfit. Cancel. Okay, I got all these done. I still have to record my scripts for today. Eehee. Okay. But just the one. Only one. I only get one. One per day. 1 Eureka per day. Ew, the new Barney looks disgusting. Ew. Barney hat, cute. You can has 1. That's 1 brain cell as a tree. Yes. This is terrifying. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Oh, this one's cute. I'd probably do something like this. Love you, wife, got a shout, have a good shout. I saw a review asking for a command for the viewers to check their collection, and the features section said you can check our... And the features section said you can check our collections. How do I do that? Okay, let me go back. Clearly, I didn't read everything. This is why we love Kiwi, because Kiwi actually reads shit. Let me see. Features, bully by custom rewards, command channel points, trigger command, or reward redemption. Cooldown control. I feel like it should be in the readme. God damn, I got 15,000 on food guesser daily. That's 1,000. God damn, Vex, good job. Okay, you want to see me fail epically? Hold on. Food guesser. Hold on, wait. Do they have it in the readme? I feel like it would be in here though, no? Because you'd want to change the, I was thinking a fat type of mascot head for BLT, like a frog hat. Yeah, and maybe a little suit. No, maybe just a hat. Because I don't want to re-rig the arms. Because I'd have to re-rig the arms. Yeah, Kiwi, no, you're right. Collection, chat messages. Oh, command to see collection. Oh shit, wait, does that mean it's, hold on. Oh, yeah, so this would instead be BB set 1 is what I'd call this one. Most of his body's hidden that way. That's valid. Okay, daily. All right. Oh my god, thanks, Kiwi. Okay, so this is BB set 1. Okay, sacrifices were made. Good job, Quetzal. Okay, what is this? Beef noodles, soy sauce, Worcestershire sauce, Cajun seasoning, green onions, and a hard-boiled egg. There's just a covering noodle soup that has a hearty broth infused with soy sauce and Creole spices. It's usually tender strips of beef or chicken, spaghetti noodles, and the fuck? Is this ramen? Is this ramen? I don't like that it's like all these... fucking Japan. Well, I already did not get to Vex's. Fuck. I'm confused because it reminds me of the noodles from Ponyo. That shit sounds so good, I can't even lie. I know. Thailand? No, it's not close to... Northwest? It's north. Caribbean? Netherlands? What the fuck is the Caribbean? Cool? Yaka, Maine? Maine Chow? Chow Mein? Chow Mein, China? What do you mean? What do you mean? Also, the dark mode is breaking. Hold on. The fuck? Some files were sent to Zibalba. Understandable. Okay, wait, so they're saying China is cold. It's north of China? Never to be recovered. Understandable. North of China. Like, all the way north. Like, Australia fucking type of, like, all the way around? No, it couldn't be. It's, like, north? It's, like, northwest. Cajun seasoning? What the yeah, but it also says Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce. What the fuck does Worcestershire sauce have to do with this? Portugal. Fuck it. Fuck, it wasn't Portugal either. Is it Greenland? No! How's that north of China? That's what I'm saying. Got duped. Oh! Oh, this is South Korean. These are kimchi pancake. These are like the vegetable versions. I love these. My family calls them vegetable pancakes. But I like the kimchi pancakes more because it's the same thing, but you just put kimchi in them. See, these are the kimchi versions. I really like the kimchi pancakes. They look great. They're fucking amazing. Yum. Tried it. Eaten it. Want to try it? Try it. I've eaten it. I haven't made it. My mom's made it. Love kimchi. Me too. As a South Korean, young coconut milk, coconut water. Is this Hawaii? This dish involves toppings, fresh steamed with bananas, a mixture of crushed ice, sweetened condensed milk, shredded coconut, and sugar. The bananas or toppings are then combined in creating a refreshing and sweet treat. It's simple dessert for balances cold, creamy, fruity flavors, not for a hot day. Thailand? Ooh, Thailand's a good guess. Thailand's warm. Hold on, we gotta go back to the map. There's Thailand. Thailand's here. It says it's east, I guess, east of Thailand. The Philippines, maybe? It was the Philippines. It was the Philippines. I want to try it. I want to try it. Looks good though. The Philippines. All right. Well. Oh, my score is so low because of the first one. Oh, that's not fair. How was I supposed to know? That, well, honestly, I should have thought about it. All the mixes, the Worcestershire sauce, the fucking Cajun fucking shit, but having it ramen styled, I should have known it was some like American mixed up bullshit, man. Fuck. Okay, one last thing about my OBS issue. Sorry for being off. No, you're fine. What's up? What's up? What's up, Pookie? Bro, I don't even have a mouse and my mouse is wigging out. Maybe someone's trying to get into your PC and find out you're a prawn. Close group. The spaghetti noodles. Yeah, the spaghetti noodles. Look at this. This is so cute. It's actually really cute. Okay, anywho. When I launch OBS, a script window pops up and I get this. Advanced timer Lua opening file error null. What version of OBS are you on? It looks like you have a plugin. Do you have a plugin called OBS Lua? Like advanced timer? Do you have that as a plugin? And pick up my nephew in the Patrick costume. Was he wearing that? Hold on. I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling. You sent that in my DMs, I'm pretty sure. We talk a lot. Like, not a lot, but enough that I have to scroll a bit. Boobies. Okay. 31.01. Okay, first okay, that's a little bit behind. Because right now I think the latest is 31.1.2. But I would see if you have the advanced timer plugin. Because it seems like it could be that. It could be that. Because that's what that timer.lua is giving me this Google search result. So I would go into your tools and see if that's in there. And then if it is, you're going to have to maybe like uninstall it, I think. Otherwise, I would maybe like scene collection, the pre-stream countdown timer. It could be that. You might need to update that. Or maybe it's like no longer working with the version you have. So you might need to update the version that you have of this script. We hurt you all the time. Oh yeah, Quetzal, we were looking at the anime that you showed me that has a character that's just like you. We're using that for one of the videos for impact frames. Okay, so I'm thinking we record scripts. We eat a little bit of dinner because I'll probably be hungry after I eat dinner or after I record. And then we do... Oh, I'm going to have to do recording the scripts in the jank way that I did it before, though. Yes. I think so, yeah. God dang it. I don't want to do it the jank way I did it before. But I forgot to update my shit, so I'm going to have to do it the jank way I did it. Unless I want to wait till tomorrow, which I don't really want to wait till tomorrow. Poo-poo dingy. Angry pie sounds. Alright. No. Let's do pigtails. Okay. I have so many programs open. Because I need them all. BLT, you're going to have to scoot your little boop, buddy. Boop. I got to blind myself with my key light so the tracking is better. Excuse me. All right. Ba, 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 ba. Three, two, one. Mr. Rogers has turned into a rat and now lives in some guy's walls? Just kidding. Just kidding. This is Rat Cousin. Step into an interactive world created by this possibly genius or maybe just cracked out of his mind rat. He's forced his chat to vote in fictional political debates, fight NPCs in a turn-based style, and even learn new words. With a mix of pixel art and the knowledge of Unity coding, he's managed to create so much with his little grubby hands. When he's not actively creating the sewer version of the Winchester Mystery House, he also enjoys roguelikes and Souls-likes and any weird games you can find that When he's not actively creating the sewer version of the Winchester Mystery House, he enjoys Souls and When he's not actively creating the sewer version of the Winchester Mystery House, he enjoys Souls and roguelikes and any weird old games that he finds down in their dank basement. So join the wall today by following and staying up to date. on the latest chaotic shenanigans that Rat Cousin is up to. Okay. I hope that was okay in the recording. I hope that I didn't lag at all, because that's my biggest fear, is that I'm gonna go in to the program and it's gonna be like, tee-hee, you lagged and you didn't notice. And then I cry because I have to redo that part again. Thank you for the head pads. Video segments. Boop. File. Export audio. Video editing. Nope. Resources. Video segments. When you have to do it again, yes. Yes, highlight. Cousin. The little backdraft star shoot. Okay. Oh, not yet. I haven't even opened the DaVinci file yet, Elaine. V highlight. File save as. Rat Cousin. Nom 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 nom. Okay, isn't this one? Thank you for the wellness check.
Babies have no fucking personality. Get the fuck
Babies
off
have
this
no
earth, you
fucking personality.
babies.
Fucking love Uber Hacks Nova, man. Count Chomp, the dream, man. A little bit off. Pog. Did it just say Minnesota in the song? Maybe. Let me check. I don't know. I don't know. I swear it did. I don't doubt you. If it did, you heard nothing. Sounds good. Wanna pull you close. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't like how I did this. Arr. 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 I'm angry. Recording device. You rolled your R's. That's just me gurring. That's just me going the g sound. I can't actually roll my R's. Just me gurring. Unless that's how you roll your R's, and I don't know. All right, let's redo this, shall we? You know what? I'm gonna do this. Do it like this, actually. Ooh, I have an idea. I don't know if that's gonna fuck anything, so let's not do that. It's with your tongue. I can't do it anymore. It's gone. Scripty script. There we go. Okay. Is the same sound? It's same. I can't do that sound. I only just started being able to do it. I still can't do it with total consistency yet. I just grr. I just think chihuahua and then I grr. That's all that happens really. For me at least. Alright. Boop. Okay. Let's be a little calmer, huh? 3, 2, 1. Mr. Rogers has wait. Fucked it up already. Mr. Rogers has turned into a rat and now lives in some guy's walls? Just kidding, this is Rat Cousin. Step into an interactive world created by this possibly genius or maybe just cracked out of his mind rat. I am not facing forward. I'm in rolling R's, whoops. No, that's valid. I can't do the rolling. Our rolling is hard. I just make the, like, a platypus noise. Also can't whistle, it's okay. I think I have to sit closer, okay. Okay, so I just gotta... Okay, there we go. Mr. Rogers has turned into a rat and now lives in some guy's walls? Just kidding, this is Rat Cousin. Step into an interactive world created by this possibly genius or maybe just cracked out of his mind rat. He's forced his chat to vote in a fictional political... He's forced his chat to vote in political but fiction... He's forced his chat to vote in fictional political debates, fight NPCs in a turn-based style, and even learn new words. With a mix of pixel art and the knowledge of Unity coding, he's managed to create so much with his grubby little paws. When he's not actively creating the sewer version of the Winchester Mystery House, he enjoys Souls and roguelike games and any other weird games that he can find in his dank basement. So join the wall today by following and staying up to date on the latest chaotic shenanigans that Rat Cousin is up to. Hopefully that's okay. Export audio. Export. Move these guys. This one. Put them here. Oh wait, cool. Thank you for the song request. Pog. Not too bad. Not too bad, Chad. Not too bad. Just scooted. Want a cool fun fact? I love a cool fun fact. What's up, Norman? Oh my god, this works so much better than I thought it would. Yippee! It's over here. Saha. It is. So there's a breath in. This oddly worked so much better than I thought it would, and it makes me happy. Woohoo! Do you know I have a big collection of old hi-fi stuff? Like multiple reel-to-reel record players and cassette. What's the difference between lo-fi and hi-fi, though? And that's really cool. I don't think you have a problem. It's a cool collection. It sounds like a cool collection at the very least. Okay, cool. Hi-fi just high fidelity. That's still really cool. I don't think you have a problem. I think you have a collection on your hand. I just got the default bongs art, which is same old, same old. Same old. Some fun plans for Halloween. I hope work hasn't been running you ragged. Monthly. Okay. What is Rat Cousin's main social media platforms? Actually, let me do that after I'm done. I have 30-inch Sony Triton. Whoa, that sounds cool. I don't know what that means, but that sounds really cool. I got for free. Oh, we love free. We love free. Chunky Lotus. Okay. Not Trin. No, Trinitron? Trinitron? Oh, still sounds cool. Cardigan here. It sounds cool. Even if you can't explain it, it still sounds cool and I'm impressed. Okay. That's okay. Hypnotizing, isn't it? Not only has she gotten quite a few people to join in her popping madness, but she's also quite the amusing streamer and cozy ASMR giantess. Whether she's flinging herself into the chaos that is Helldivers 2, or just showing off how well she can drive, I can assure you that you'll be entertained. This cutie potato plays a variety of games, but what they enjoy most of all is the quality time she gets to spend with her chat. Even if that time's quality just happens to be her community teasing her a bit. But nonetheless, it's a soothing time all around, so if you're in the market for a 250-meter tall dragon cat to keep you cozy with a touch of silliness, but nonetheless, it's a soothing time all around. So if you're in the market for a 250 tall meter dragon cat to keep you cozy with a touch of silliness, then you're looking in the right place. Pop on over to her socials to stay updated on her latest hyperfixations and check out her artist Yoshino art while you're at it. Not bad. Also, no, go for it. On God, go for it. I feel like Andrea, if Andrea was here, she'd be able to explain it because I feel like she's really into that kind of stuff. So you're good. Honestly, keep on vibing, bestie. I like hearing about people's hyperfixation. It makes me happy. Where am I in my stuff? He's done. File export. Yep. I'm lazy. I should name these one. I think it's like Trinity, but with Tron at the end. Is that Trinit? I'm more confused on what it is. You know? Cool. Danny Vanilla. Itron. Oh, it's a CR. Oh! We're good. I get it. We're good. I got there. It just took me a second. Wait, what happened here? Nah, Trinitron?
Trinitron.
Son of a bitch. It lagged. It's fine. To be fair, most people have never heard the name Trinitron. That's fair. Gotta go here. I also have multiple laser discs, but don't have the 400 to 500 to slap. That's valid. You have the Lord of the Rings one? Want to know a fun fact on them? I do. Well, all my scenes go export them. Export to go to the scene collection, export, and go to profile, and then export. Whichever ones that you want. Whichever one that is selected is the one that'll export. And then you can uninstall, reinstall OBS, and then re-import the scenes in the profile, and you'll be fine. My stuff is making me upset. Are you sure, Obis, that I can't change my settings? No, I can't because it's a fucking... God dang it. That's fine. Okay. Just re-record it. It's my bad. I forgot to do the thing. I need to re-center my face tracking. Okay. Around the same, They were around the same time as VHS. Oh. It's also like a massive DVD. Understandable. Hi, Andrea. It's not doing the thing I want. Okay. Hypnotizing, isn't it? Not only has she gotten quite a few people to join in her popping madness, but she's also quite the amusing streamer and cozy ASMR giantess. Whether she's flinging herself into the chaos that is Helldivers 2 or showing off how well she can drive, I can assure you that you'll be entertained. This cutie potato plays a variety of games, but what they enjoy most of all is the quality time that she gets to spend with her chat. Even if that time's quality just happens to be her community teasing her a bit. But nonetheless, it's a soothing time all around, so if you're in the market for a 250 meter tall dragon cat to keep you cozy with a touch of silliness, then you're looking in the right place. Pop on over to her socials to stay updated on her latest hyperfixation and check out the artist Yoshino art while you're at it. Hopefully that's okay. True facts much better color, but didn't take off because VHS was cheaper. I love old tech like it's alive. That's understandable. Old tech's cool. Hopefully this is better. Oops. Oh! I didn't record the whole thing, son of a fucking bitch. I think I'm upset enough that I'm just gonna do this off stream. Yup. 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 Yes, sir. I'm not doing this right now. I don't like doing it this way. I can only fix simple stuff like reels to reels, record players, and cassette decks. With more time, you will become better. I am sure you'll become the best at it. I reckon. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that right now. So I'm pretty sure if I change the profile right now, it's gonna fuck everything. And I don't want to fuck everything. And so I will deal with that later. And you know what I'm gonna do right now instead? I'm gonna eat my sandwich. We're gonna I'm only sleeping. No one has told me that. Just chatting. We're gonna watch Papa Meat. We're watching Meat Canyon while I eat dinner. I'm gonna watch one I've already watched before though, because I can't watch the new ones without pixels, because I want to watch the new ones with pixels. Alright. I want to watch this one again. You're the one that likes old stuff, right? Yeah. Old tech. Norman was telling us about how they have laser discs. They have a lot of high fidelity tech. Okay. I'm gonna eat my dinner while we watch this. Because I wanna. And I don't want to record stuff right now. So when I export all scenes, or do I want to do one by one? It does all the scenes. The scene collection exports all of your scenes. And don't forget your profile as well. Oh, my tomato. Some boots and pants. New shoes. Hello, Miss Positive. Welcome on in. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? Welcome on in, Raiders. Positively positive raid. Welcome on in. How are you? What were you up to? Are you playing Stardew Valley? How was Stardew Valley? We're currently eating dinner and watching Meat Canyon because I'm lazy and I just want to eat. Nom 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 nom. Welcome on in. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you had a wonderful time. Sorry my VTuber's lagging. It's probably because, I don't know, I opened OBS twice or something. Now it's mad at me or I don't know. But I hope you enjoy watching, some Meat Canyon with us. If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to us. Otherwise, I hope you have fun chilling. So I think I'm just gonna eat dinner and I'll probably call it. I haven't eaten yet. I've got nothing much for food right now. You could order something if you have money. Otherwise, I'm sorry that you have to be hungry. But know that we love you and I would give you half of my sandwich if I could. It's too loud. Sorry. Boop, 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 boop. Too broke for delivery. Valid. Maybe you could have, like, a piece of bread. Or ramen. Oh no. I dropped my cucumber. Same old guy who gave me the CRT. Nice. For free or did you pay for it? Ramen or bread? What about cereal and milk? For free? Damn! He wanted it gone. That's valid. A billabong. Oh my god. All my salad's juice got onto the plastic. It's fine. Oh, not agile. No! Nom. Yay, no more ads. Yay! Welcome back, Miss Positive. The ambiance. Nom 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 nom. He has so much gray hair. Free me! I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Norman. We love you, Norman. I'm free. Yeah. Did I hear my name? You did. I said I'm sorry that you were in the ads. I'm gonna hunt food, get water, and take my melatonin. Sounds good. Thank you again for the raid. I hope you find something yummy that you forgot that you had. My hand itches. Mm-hmm. I like the SpongeBob one. I'd get that SpongeBob shirt. I'm gonna skip the ad. The hand itches. What Sammy you chomping? It's a chicken breast sandwich with jalapeno cheddar roasted bread with cucumbers and tomatoes and red onions. It's really good. Chicken breast, Sammy, yeah, because I may have had a little too much bread this weekend. A little too much cheese and bread, so we're doing a healthier bread option. That just sounds scrumptious. It's really good. It's really good. Cause chicken breast is healthy, you know? But she says, it's unlike tzatziki ranch. Yeah. Those are free foods? What does that mean? What does free foods mean? They don't count? See, if I lived like that, I would be round. I'm already pleasantly chubby. I'm like a cute chubby. But I feel like if I was like, I just had some bread, but it doesn't count. I have more bread. I think my stomach would die. Yesterday, I had like a calzone from Costco. I had a pretzel, and then I had bread, this jalapeno bread, because I wanted to try it because I never got it before. And my tummy was not the worst, but it was like, don't eat more straight bread. Have some vegetables. And I was like, okay. We love chubby. We do love chubby. But we love all shapes and sizes here. Just chubby and dad bod's just a little extra. Sorry, I keep bumping my mic. I got that pizza dad bod is my weakness. Fuck yeah. Half of my sandwiches fell apart. Get waffle fries. Mood. Mood. I'm trying to work on it. I said I had peanut M&Ms for lunch today. A bagel for breakfast, man. Food's just too good. Food is comforting. Long day food, sad food, happy food. Yep. Celebrating food. Depressed, you just eat some food. Vibing, have a little snack, man. Now drink some water. If you're worried that it's late, but you're a little hungry for a snack, drink some water. If drinking water makes you realize you're hungry, just eat something. It's never wrong to eat when you're hungry. I will gobble some glizzies. Understandable. I ate my sandwich. Water does a trick. Sometimes it does. Sometimes I'm not actually hungry and I'm just thirsty. Sometimes, cause water does fill you up, you know. It doesn't go nowhere, you know. Alrighty. Alright, we'll finish washing this another day. I am done with my food. And now I must bid adieu as I send you off to someone else to play games. Not to send you off to someone who plays games. I still have a little more work to do. No, but you gotta go, baby. I gotta go, baby. It's baby time. Gonna leave us, y'all, but I'll come back tomorrow. We're gonna raid Heroic, I think. We raid Heroic. Yeah, we're already here. Let's do it. But it's okay. We'll come back tomorrow and we'll have. What will I do without my new favorite little girl? You're gonna go get a yummy little snack and you're gonna watch Heroic do art. That's what you're gonna do. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I hope you guys have fun over with Heroic, who is currently doing art with, it looks like one of their friends. But I love you guys. Have wonderful snacks. Have wonderful sleep. Have a wonderful rest of your time zone, wherever you may be. I love you guys so much. Looks like they're live 2D rigging, so that'll be fun. That's kind of what I had planned to do until I got tired. But here's a raid message. Feel free to use it. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I'd appreciate it if you did so they know where you came from. Thanks for the stream. Have a great night. Thank you so much, Parzival, Norman, Andrea, Buster, Vexed, Kiwi, everyone. Every single one of you, even if you were just lurking and you didn't say hi, if you came in from raids, if it's your first time here, like some of you, I hope to see you again because I really enjoy streaming and this is a dream come true for me. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully, and have a banging night. We love lurkers. We fucking lurkers. I kiss all of you. Good night. Good night. Have a wonderful night, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye. Mwah.